Welcome to the Winthrop Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. It is 6:31. We are in the Robert DeLeo Senior Center. I will ask for a roll call, please.
Council Aiello.
Here.
Council DeMarco.
Here.
Council Costigan.
Here.
Council Tassinari.
Here.
Council Swope. Present. Council DeRoss.
Here.
Vice President Belcher. Here. President Lettieri.
Here.
Thank you.
Seeing we have a quorum, I would ask everyone to please rise for the pledge, led by Councilor Tassinari.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's good to have a full room. Thank everyone for coming. We have minutes from June 3rd. We could take them separately, and June 10th. We'll take them separately. There's minutes from June 3rd as circulated. Is there a motion to approve?
motion.
Motion by Vice President Belcher, second by Councilor Tassinari. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. There's minutes from the June 10th meeting as circulated. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Vice President Belcher, second by Councilor DeRoss. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. General information recommendations, we do not have any. We have a handful of public hearings. The first one, we are opening up a public hearing for the Town Council to adopt two sections of the HEROES Act. Councilor DeRoss, do you have anything to add on this from Finance?
Yes, all four of these we're about to discuss. We discussed in the Finance Subcommittee prior to last week's Town Council meeting. For those who are not familiar with the HEROES Act, it's really designed to help keep vets and their widows in their home. This is basically a tax exemption for veterans, and there is no impact to our town budget as a result.
So this is an increase in the benefit that the veterans are allotted for their tax rebate. So, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak as a proponent of this? Yes, Mr. Ronan, please.
Good evening, everyone. As Councilor DeRoss,
Phil Ronan, precinct. And
I can speak without it.
no, but
No, just introduce
let everyone know who you are.
All right, I'm sorry.
Not that everybody doesn't
I'm
know.
the Veteran Service Officer for the town of Winthrop. As Councilor DeRoss said, the HEROES Act was adopted August 8th of last year, and a lot of towns put it in force immediately. What it is, it's to, as he alluded to, keep veterans, disabled veterans and their widows in their homes. In this country, the largest growing homeless population is veterans. The largest suicide rate in this country is veterans, every 22 minutes. And you can make a correlation between homelessness and obviously despair and suicide. This act is, all it's going to do, and Sarah, the Chief Financial Officer, will explain the ins and outs of it. It's not gonna take a dime out of anybody's pocket. All it's gonna do is increase the amount of money that disabled veterans get to abate from their taxes. In addition, another part of the act talks about a cost of living increase each year, and it's tied to Social Security. The cost of living, the average cost of living for Social Security over the last 20 years is 2.5. So we're not talking about an extraordinary amount of money. It's critical with housing and everything else that we need to be shown respect for the freedom a lot of us provided everybody in this room. And the state, and Massachusetts is one of the most active states that is always forwards the causes of veterans. So what happened was, when this act was enacted, town manager Tony Marino, who happens to be a Navy veteran, Sarah and myself had a little sidebar. And we knew there was a lot going on last August. We had the school override, we had the fire station, we had 3A. And you know what, we just didn't think it would be fair and the timing would be good to, you know, bombard these people with more than they already had on their plate. So we waited until a couple of things were taken off the board. And I made a proposal maybe a month and a half or so, and Sarah and Tony and I talked about it, and she'll explain how there's no impact. But I do want to make a statement tonight. These folks in front of us, and I know it also has a lot to do with Tony, and Tony's the guy who hired me, so a lot of the credit for what I'm given should go to him because he hired me. But these guys in front of us, guys and gals in front of us, they've supported every single veteran item that was on the docket, whether it was a memorial thing, whether it was a monument that needed to be rehabbed, whatever it was we put forward, they've supported us 120%. So I want to thank them for their support to myself and all of our fellow veterans. And I'm going to let Sarah come up, our Chief Financial Officer, and she'll explain the nuts and bolts, but it's not coming out of your pockets, and it's going to help us. So I implore the town council to vote positively on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Sarah, do you have anything to add?
Just real quickly, we have a fund that's called the Allowance for Abatements. We raise $225,000 every year. And right now, we've got $166,000 in that fund. And these two motions will add $30,400. So the town can afford it. We've budgeted for it. There'll be no impact to our operating budget because of this, and it'll benefit the veterans and their spouses. Thank you.
Any other proponents of this? Not that there aren't any other proponents. Any other proponents that would like to speak on this? Any opponents to this?
Go for it.
Yes. Thank you, Skip. All right, and we will go back to this in old business. We will close that public hearing. We will open a public hearing to vote to pay authorized unpaid bills of prior year to be paid from the current department budgets. We will open that public hearing. Councilor DeRoss.
Yes, this is an annual occurrence, just as we pass the budget. This is a motion to authorize the payment of unpaid bills from a prior year to be paid from the current year departmental budgets. There is a listing of about 9 of these, 10 of these, and it totals a relatively small amount, $4,742.28.
Thank you. And this is a normal occurrence every year as we end the fiscal year, that we have unpaid bills from a prior year, and we clean them up now. It's very small this year, which is a reflection of how good we're doing in the accounts payable department and keeping on top of items. Anyone would like to speak in favor of this? Anyone like to speak opposed to this? All right, we will close that public hearing. We will now open another public hearing to transfer $75,000 an appropriation from the general fund to a revolving account closing of fiscal '25. Councilor DeRoss.
Yes, this is in the amount of $75,000. This is a transfer from the general fund appropriating to revolving funds. The funds involved, the pension appropriation fund, that would be the funding source, and that $75,000 would be moved to the Pauline Street revolving fund.
All right. Anyone like to speak in favor of this? Anyone like to speak opposed to this? And this, again, will be brought up in old business for a vote, and we will close that public hearing. We will open up one more in the last public hearing to vote to modify the general fund budgets to facilitate the June 30th, 2025 closing of fiscal '25. Counselor DeRoss.
Also, an annual occurrence as we close out the budget for the fiscal year. This transfers approximately a dozen items from various funding sources to another roughly dozen items. The total involved here is $598,000, $145.13.
Anyone like to speak in favor of this? Anyone like to speak in opposition to this? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. We will now open up for public comment, and before we start public comment, we're gonna have the same process. Everybody's gonna be allowed to speak once. You're gonna have 3 minutes. We ask, from all the councilors, we ask that we observe proper decorum, no matter what you're talking about, pro something, against something. Let's give everybody the respect they deserve. We will have no outbursts. We will tolerate no outbursts. So we will open it up for public comment. Public comment is open. And I can't see. Julia.
Ooh. Watch your step, Julia.
I don't know where it feels too much anymore, so. That was a close one. Thank you. Good evening, Council President, Councilors. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
No, I can use my stage voice. Oh, I need to turn it on? Is
You're
it
good.
on?
We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay, I'm Julia Wellers, Precinct 2. I'm speaking tonight as a resident, as your constituent, but I'm happy to be transparent about my employment with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council and MAPC, which has helped many municipalities, including Winthrop, become safer, greener, and healthier places to live for decades. I'm not going to use my time tonight addressing you all tonight and try to convince you of anything you don't already know, or to agree with anything you've already decided you agree or disagree with. When it comes to 3A, at this point, your minds have been made and your votes have been set. At this point, our community has become so deeply divided. Information has been so widely misrepresented and misinterpreted, and friendships have been lost. That, to me, is more tragic than the outcomes that lie ahead if and when you fail to approve the motion put forth by the planning board tonight and set our town on a path of non-compliance with state law come July 15th. While nobody knows exactly what will happen if and when we become non-compliant, we do know what has happened to the municipalities who have tried. A few to note, in February of 2024, the town of Milton became non-compliant after the residents overturned the board's approved zoning plan by referendum. The AG office sued the town, and in January 2025, the Supreme Justice Court ruled that the law is in fact constitutional and the AG has legal right to enforce it. We know that the town of Milton has since spent a minimum of $275,000 on legal fees. Second, earlier this year, a group of municipalities filed lawsuits complaining that the law is an unfunded mandate, which the Massachusetts Superior Court has just recently dismissed, emphasizing the distinction between zoning and building. Lastly, some of those municipalities also attempted to make the argument that 3A is an overreach of state power, infringing on home rule authority, local zoning control. I'll quote what the judge had to say about this. In making the argument, Marshfield ignores the bell-settled principles that the powers of a town and of this town meeting and the very existence of the town are subject to the will of the legislature. The ruling goes on to say that the SJC has upheld repeatedly the legislature's supreme power in zoning. I share these outcomes because I know that these are the reasons that are driving many of these communities to resist are the same that drive half of you to vote no tonight. And my intention in bringing these up is not to change your vote to a yes, although I certainly wish that you would, but to make sure that you are fully informed about the troubles that voting no could inflict on this town by making this choice. I could talk to the cows come home about how the zoning plan for Governor's Park and Seal Harbor will result in not a single new unit of housing, how even the zoning update under 3A will allow for fewer units than are already built, and how this is a textbook paper compliance plan that is really quite silly in my eyes. The only change or impact that any of us as residents of this town will experience comes as a result of a no vote. How am I on time?
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
3 seconds, okay. I'll skip the last part. I hope you take these words to heart tonight as you consider the implications of your vote. And and that you remember, please, at the end of the day, we are all human beings who, for the most part, are doing our best to do right by our community, to love our families, and to leave this world a better place than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to let everyone know, the first tone you hear is like a 2-minute tone. It leaves you, so you have a minute left after that. The second tone is it. Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of Karen Chavez tonight. For those that are running for the position of Precinct 2, I would urge all of you, the council, to vote for Karen tonight. She's uniquely qualified for this position. For the incoming Precinct 2 representative, there's a large learning curve. And as Jim and you and I discussed, it's one of the reasons I did not run. I do plan on running later. She has dedicated her time to this town for what, 50 years or so, right? She's well versed in the rules and regulations of the council, and I urge both people running for the position to start attending the East Council meetings on a regular basis so they may learn the ins and outs of this council. That's why Karen could teach them a lot. Okay? So as far as 3A goes, please. Half of what was said tonight already is a myth at best, and that's all I'll have to say about it. Read up on what Diane Vance put out. It's the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Vitigliano. John.
Thank you, Mr. President, and all members of the council. Just a couple,
It's a little louder.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the council. Just like to comment on 2 things. The selection of a candidate for the precinct 2 vacancy, I'd like to strongly recommend that you vote for Karen Chavez. I grew up in precinct 2. 111 Court Road to be exact. And I recently posted a video on my Facebook account for Father's Day. It's a nice 3-minute video of what life is like on Court Road then when I was growing up. It was a fantastic place to live and grow up in. And so that I have a very strong emotional attachment to Precinct 2. It means a lot to me. It's a great neighborhood, impacted by a lot of issues, obviously. Runway 422, 1,013 feet away across the channel that requires constant attention. I've been reading Karen Chavez's resume and a list of boards and committees in the town that she's participated in over the years. And for 50 years now, I've been involved in town government. I have to be honest, I don't think I've been seen anything quite larger. It's just astonishing that someone like this with this kind of background would be available. Go for it, please. By the way, obviously my concern is not just for Precinct 2. Precinct 2 obviously is one of all the precincts in the town that need to work together for the town. And also on 3A, I'm definitely new to add over and above the opposition that I've expressed in the past, which remains. Just one thought though, that if, for example, 3A is passed today, let's not forget that in a short period of time, we're going to have a new governor in the state. Don't know who that is, but that's a wild card. That new governor is going to appoint the next person who's going to administer the whole 3A program. So that we could, for example, so the vote for 3A could be positioning the town way ahead of time in terms of a potential overturn of 3A with the next town governor. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on 1 second, Diane. Can we move the microphone over here so the audience could hear also? Just have it pointing this way.
There, it's on.
See, it's on, okay.
Yeah. Just
Sure, it wasn't
check,
on.
check.
All right, yep.
Say something.
It's like Wayne's
Hello.
World.
Oh, before I follow up, Diane Sands, Precinct 5.
Still can't,
I just want to comment
still can't hear.
closer. I can't fit closer. Wait a minute. I just want to make a comment on 3A. In thinking about it today and about the vote, I thought about the people on the council, some of whom are very connected to the state. Some are connected with their jobs. Some are connected with their friendships. And I feel that they're being encouraged to vote against the town. No matter what other people say, this is a bad bill. And I just have to say, when you were all elected, you took a vote, an oath, to vote with integrity and honor. And I hope you will do that. Think of your constituents. That's who you represent. You do not represent the state senators or the mass government. You represent us, and it's time to vote for us. I hope you will vote with honor tonight. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. You can. Cheryl.
Everybody, Cheryl Howard, Precinct 2. I just want to read my letter in support of Karen Chavez for Precinct 2. I'm elated to hear that Karen Chavez is stepping up to fill the vacant Precinct 2 seat. Karen's years of dedication to this town have prepared her for this role. She is ready, and more importantly, she has earned it. It is rare that a candidate of this caliber is presented to the people. I wish I could vote along with the rest of Precinct 2 because she would undoubtedly win, hands down. What a gift. Karen's character is what this town needs more of. One of patience, service, dedication, selfless intentions, proven consistency, and genuine love of our town. Please vote for Karen Chavez for Precinct 2. And for 3A, I hope you can hold your vote, and let's wait on the exemption. I do think it is the only way out of this 3A mess. Diana Viens has worked very hard to represent our town and put forth all our limitations and ask for consideration for those limitations. So I think you should wait to vote. And no.
Oh, this one. Hello, can you hear me? Good. I just want to pass these things up before I start. What do they say on TV now? I'm going to reclaim my time. Here we go. This is for you. I think there's one here. This is for you.
Thank you.
This is for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is for you. No, this is for you.
Thank you.
This is for you. And this is for you.
We'll look at it.
Dear council members, town manager, and constituents, last week I heard both sides of the 3A argument. I listened intently as the planning board restated a plan with 0 and less units. I listened to the town attorney, who has said that Winthrop will be eventually sued by the state's attorney general. I listened to the results of the Finance Commission report saying that we have corrected a $7.5 million in our coffers. And I listened to the head of the Climate Commission saying that we do not have the money for the permitting of the phased planning board, and the town manager regarding the 3A law. Here is why I am so passionate about the effects of this law. You have the pictures in front of you. My house was devastated. My property was swamped. I would also like to clarify a statement I made at the last meeting. The state does not own us. They mandate us. You all have taken an oath that states you uphold the laws of the town and the Commonwealth. The 3A law has been found to be constitutional. Right now, we don't have representation of a Precinct 2. All of the councils have to decide if you are going to disobey the law, disobey the charter and our state constitution, and vote against 3A. And in doing so, we'll take on the financial burden of the damages incurred. I want to know where all the money will come from. I, as a taxpayer, want to know what your plan is as of today to keep your promise to these neighborhoods. You, the council president, and councilors have promised your constituents that you will fix this problem. This fix requires more than a Band-Aid approach. Since 2017, you have known of these issues and nothing was done. There are more and bigger issues to focus on as a community, such as how to repurpose 2 fire stations, fine-tune the ADU law and mandated by the state, fine-tune our capital plan for this town's future, just to name a few. I urge you to vote for the planning board's plan to follow the law as it is stated in your oath and in our charter. Let's move on. Thank you, Marcy Hamilton.
I already got it.
I'm afraid I'll knock it over. I appreciate it.
Step forward, make sure you gotta speak close to it.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. So the first thing I'm going to do is
Name
read the...
and precinct.
Oh, Carol Meach, Precinct 1. I'm here to read the correspondence that came in for both the candidates for Precinct 2. So for Michael Kindlin, there's been positive correspondence from Kimberly Pepper, Kim Whithouse, Ryan Whithouse, Jack Whithouse, Cassie Pratt Whithouse, Josh Castellano, Charles Newman, Chris Aiello, Ryan Bradshaw, Andrea Eichelman, I apologize for the pronunciation. Let's see. Leonora Foley, Michael Darcy, Henry Munson, Allison Duar, Julia Wallers, Y. Morocco, and Scott Mahoney Wright. For my next act, I'll be reading the correspondence for Karen Chavez, Jeff Turco, Terrence Delahanty, Richard Gill, Richard Bangs, Dick Bangs, Mr. Bangs, Richard Farino, Richard Honan, John Macero, Patricia Clark, David Gerard, Brian Perrin, Vinnie Crossman, Gus Martucci, Robert Impemba, Ed Cash, R. Deeb, Marianne Cash, Cheryl Howard, Ron Vecchia, Carla Vitale, Joseph Hanlon, Tom Riley, John Vitigliano, John Macero, Lisa Plotnick, Tanji Dagnett, Diane Sands, sorry about that, thank you, M. Carr, Lois Baxter, Judy Hanlon, Colleen Murphy, Linda Bonapane, Doreen Floyd, Jeanette Kling, Cecilia Malios, Marie Simeone, Denise Bashir, Lisa Munoza, Mary Rudser.
Maybe somebody else could finish the names. And
No, it's okay. Cindy Silva, Jim Lettieri, Julie Fortades, Christine Chavez, Diana Viennes, Susan Griffiths, Christian Bonapane, Jean Coughlin.
we're going to have to stop it, but somebody else might take some of their time.
That's fine.
Okay. You have to stop at mine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I do have a comment to make. Should I come up with the next one?
You can't.
Okay.
Next public comment. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Peter Gill, Precinct 5. I just want to read into the record a letter that I sent to the council on June 8th, the night before their last meeting, regarding the appointment of a citizen to fill the vacancy in Precinct 2 until the next regular election, per the charter. I strongly urge the council to appoint Karen Chavez. Karen's service to our community has been tremendous over the past several years. She has served professionally on many committees in our town over the years with great knowledge, dedication, and commitment to do the best for the citizens of Winthrop. In my opinion, there is no one more qualified to serve in this position. Given Karen's history of service to our town, to not accept to offer her this position would be a serious loss to our town. Again, I strongly urge you to appoint Karen to this position. Feel free to contact me with any of your thoughts. And when my 2 terms as council president, I saw even more of Karen, and she's unbelievable. So I would appreciate your vote on that. I also have, I think maybe some of you heard me say a couple of times, just vote no. Regarding the planning board recommendations, I want to commend them for the hard work they put in and for the dedication and the knowledge they have. It's my belief that the request that was made by the council to the planning board was to ask for their recommendation if we were going to comply with 3A. I could be wrong on that. But I would...
Can we please speak quiet in the back? Sorry.
As you may recall, on numerous occasions, I've asked the council to just say no. Without repeating all of the concerns, and there are a lot of them, the unknowns, this is inappropriate for the town of Winthrop. Instead of approving and submitting this plan, in my opinion, the council should vote no. After voting no, I would hope that the council would apply for an exemption. As we know, 3A doesn't fit Winthrop. We need to not take a temporary paper compliance. We need to say no and apply for an exemption. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear me or not. Yeah, I don't.
Tip it down. Yeah.
Kim, you
there
gotta
Dimes
get
Precinct
taller.
2. Kim Dimes Precinct 2. I just want to continue with the names that Carol was reading in support of Karen. Carol Harvey, Erin Pritzky, Mary Rudser, Ralph and Patricia Bosco, Danielle Vecchio, Deborah Wilcox, Carol M., and myself, Kim Dimes. There was a couple things I wanted to speak about tonight that don't pertain to 3A, but I think that are very important. The state has released the Resilient Coast Draft Plan. Unfortunately, the public comment is already closed, but this is going to go into full force this summer. This 278-page plan is a first of its kind. It has a holistic strategy designed to meaningfully address the impacts of climate change along the Massachusetts coast. It's developed by the Coastal Zone Management and the EEA, and amongst coastal communities and stakeholders. It claims to deliver real solutions to our coastlines and coastal communities. Even if you do not have time to review the 278 plan, there's an executive summary available on CZM's website. I highly recommend that you take a look at it. I think it's very important to note the district that Winthrop is placed in, which is the District 5, which is actually in the Saugus watershed, unlike what we would anticipate us being wrapped into. This plan is a pathway for the state to make prudent, cost-saving investments, concentrating on managed retreats, and making communities within their own district work together to combat climate change. Mass.gov, CZM, EEA, 3 resources to read about that. The second thing they wanted to discuss is the Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, the EEA, is continuing its public awareness campaign for climate action is for all of us. It is a simple, practical message, taking steps to reduce your energy use and protect our environment and save the planet and save some dollars. You can look at that plan at mass.gov/climate action to learn more about that. And the third and last thing that I wanted to bring up is that the public comment is extended to June 20th for the Runway 27 project that actually has a project change that everyone really needs to look at and get their public comment in for that safety area of Runway 27. It seriously affects our community, and it's very important to not forget about these other very important things that are going on besides 3A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Cassie Woodhouse, Precinct 6. As some folks have already pointed out, you did take an oath, and that is to uphold the bylaws of the town. It's a requirement within the town bylaws for the council to update our zoning bylaws per the state zoning code, and therefore a dereliction of duties to not update the zoning to comply with all sections of state zoning law. You just did this with the flood updates that were required to update the FEMA maps, and you understood at that point in time when you made that vote that if you didn't, there would be an impact to residents' abilities to access flood insurance. This is no different. It's a grand scale impact for our entire community and the ability to access grants if you do not comply with this. We kind of need to call this what it is at this point. A number of our current leaders are intentionally ignoring their responsibilities as leaders in this community. There are legal requirements within the town bylaws, and by voting no, you are not fulfilling the requirements of your role as a counselor in this community. I have questions for Attorney Cipolletta that I know he can't respond to, but what can a citizen do in the event of dereliction of duties by counselors? Can counselors be sued? Is this a punitive situation where they're fined for each day of noncompliance with their duties? What agency administers such fines for noncompliance? The bylaws state that there is a fine for breaking the rules set forth in the bylaws. You all took an oath, and that means doing the procedural stuff to ensure responsible management of our community. You can personally disagree with this all you want, but a good leader understands that they need to separate their personal feelings from their responsibilities. But barring that, bare minimum, you need to understand that your choices have consequences for our whole community and own up to your role in generating negative consequences for this town with your vote against procedural requirements if that is what you so choose. Thank you.
Anna Larry, Precinct 1. I co-chair the Winthrop Citizens Advisory Commission on Climate. Can you hear me? Hi, Anna Larry, Precinct 1. I co-chair Winthrop Citizens Advisory Commission on Climate, and this public comment is my own and is not on behalf of the commission. Last week at the joint Planning Board and Town Council meeting, there was considerable concern, and rightfully so, that the federal government is defunding the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and that little grant money is left. While significant cuts have occurred, Massachusetts still receives billions of dollars in federal funding annually. The most significant impacts that have already been felt by federal cuts in our state are being felt mostly by, and most impressively by, the public school systems and our public health departments. From the budget the town council passed last week, I learned that 22% of Winthrop's education budget relies on state aid, and over half of our public health department is dependent on grants. The good news is that the proposed fiscal year 26 state budget actually plans to increase funding for local aid. You've asked volunteers, professionals from the planning board, now twice to develop a common sense plan, a proposal for compliance that would keep the future control of Winthrop zoning in the town's hands. Paying lip service and thanking them ceremoniously over and over again, just to dismiss their professional recommendations, honestly feels quite misleading. Meanwhile, 75% of 177 cities and towns that are subject to the law have adopted 3A compliant zoning. If there was never an intention to find a solution or work together with our planning board. It appears you prefer launching us into a lawsuit with the state, with Winthrop taxpayers paying the bill. 9 municipalities just lost their lawsuits. What case do you think we have? And when we lose our lawsuit, what then? Would the Commonwealth adopt the planning board's proposal or just impose their own zoning rules for Winthrop instead? Consider the likely outcome and the control we would lose locally if our zoning rules were being taken by the state if we do not take the path of compliance. Thank you.
Norman Hyatt, Precinct 6, also
Excuse me, guys. Mr. Hyatt?
also co-chair of the Citizens Advisory Commission on Climate. We've been in existence less than a year, and we've done an awful lot of work for this town already. We've identified the areas that need fixing. We've identified ways that they need to be fixed. And what we need to do now is getting permit and money enough that we can fix the problems that need to happen. That's Morton Street, all the areas, you know them. One of the things that I also did, I was on the Conservation Commission for many years and succeeded when Mary Kelly, who was chairperson for many, many years, passed on. I took over for her, and I actually ran the beach project, which was a $35 million project. And people say that we don't get money. Well, that's $35 million and a beach that is working and is expanding. The other thing I'm amazed at here is that the one person in town who I feel knows most about the structure of this town is Steve Calla, who's here tonight also. I asked Steve if he would be willing to say a few words about what it would mean not to have grants at a time like this.
That's not fair. I guess I'm doing public comment, huh? Can you exceed into public comment?
Good evening, everybody. Steve Calla, Director of Public Works. I'm not going to stand up here and debate back and forth what we should do with 3A. What I will say is that we have more than enough problems out there that require funding that we haven't identified at this point. Not having the ability to go after grants is a scary thought to me. It should be a scary thought to everybody in the community. But again, you guys were elected to make the decisions. Just, we need to find funding to solve the many problems we have.
Thank you.
Hey there, Robert Kaiser, District 6. There's been some words thrown around like noncompliance and dereliction of duty. All of Massachusetts became completely non-compliant against the Crown, and we lost all British funding. But it was the right thing to do. And there was this thing about civil rights and rights for women and everybody else, and we became non-compliant against federal law, and so did a lot of other people. But it was the right thing to do. Blind compliance with the law all the time is nothing to be proud of. I also am concerned that we're not following the money. Who's funding 3A? It's not coming from the ground. It's not coming from the people in the town. It's coming from the big real estate developers and the $100 million and billion-dollar banks. They're the ones behind this. This is not about getting me and my sister a more affordable place to live. I can guarantee you, you're being taken for a ride. These are billionaires who are not even in America. These big banks funding the real estate developers are the ones behind these laws. It's not your aunt and your cousin. My other thought is, forget following the money. Follow the ambulances. Think about this like a science teacher. I've been a science teacher for 25 years. Follow the ambulances. How much time does it take to get to MGH 30 years ago, 20 years ago, and today? Take a look at the building that's been going on all across Revere, and God help us what's been going on in Chelsea. If your mother, your father, your daughter, your sister needs to get to the hospital, That's not going to be much of an option anymore. There's a real problem with this. And the problem is the people who made this law, I'm sorry, they're inconceivably stupid. You can't treat Worcester like it's an island. We're an island, basically. I was there when they punched through that wall in the blizzard of '78. It can happen again. Vote on it like it's a safety issue. That's all.
Thank you.
Erin Barcelos, Precinct 5. I am just, is that better? Erin Barcelos, Precinct 5. I was a little bit confused when somebody was reading off names on emails. I'm not sure if those were emails that were sent to the town council it was. Okay, cool. Because I sent one in for Michael Kinlan, and my name wasn't read off, so I just wanted to name that. I also want to just say, I'm going to leave that. And just in regards to what the young man right before me said, I'm not talking on 3A either way. I'm not going into that. But just a thought process, I've heard a lot of people say, you know, if something was to happen, how does an ambulance get through? That's so true. My commute's horrible. And why aren't we thinking of other ways? Like, we have a ferry. Why not like a water ambulance? I don't know, just a thought. But that's all. Thanks.
Celeste Barry-Hewitt, Precinct 1. I am running out of new and interesting ways to say the same thing that I've been saying for the past year. I think what it boils down to at this point are really two facets: obligations and outcomes, right? The obligation of our representative town council to uphold the laws of the town and the state, obligations of our planning board to put forth a plan that is palatable, and they took not one but two runs at it. I think they understood the assignment. And obligations of our planning board and our zoning board continuously to stave off any unsavory development impacts, regardless of whether or not 3A gets implemented or not. Outcomes. I think a lot of people from the no side are talking about outcomes from a conversation that is about a year old. At this point, the planning board, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, have put forth a recommendation that adds 0 additional housing units, which requires 0 additional infrastructure. Doesn't negate existing concerns over ambulances and other infrastructure impacts, but that will continue to be the case as we assess any additional zoning recommendations or proposals. So I hope people come, and I've said this before, come to every zoning board of appeals hearing, every planning hearing with the same amount of vigor. Now let's look at outcomes. 0 additional housing units, okay? So 0 additional infrastructure impact. If we do not submit a plan, and if we do not come into compliance with 3A, there is a potential for lawsuits. There is a potential for us to, well, it's been promised, we will not be eligible for grants that are much needed. You've heard from the 2 chairs of the Climate Commission. I'm a member of the Climate Commission. Right now, the price tag we're looking at to stave off climate-related impacts is about $80 million. $80 million from a town that is continuously in budget shortfalls. The last thing I'm going to say is obligations and outcomes. Those are the 2 things. I think folks came at it from not wanting to add infrastructure and housing units. You got it. You're responding to your constituents. People are digging in their heels just for the fight. I think the fight's over. Thank you.
Todd Sacco, Precinct 2. I'm here in support of Karen Chavez. This woman has been serving the town of Winthrop for 30-plus years. Collectively, on this council before us, there's only one person that could even come close to the knowledge of the workings of our community, and that's Jim Lettieri. No offense, but the rest of you combined, I mean, you're just a fart in the wind compared to her. And now we have a chance, a second chance at having her, even for only 6 months. We have a second chance at having her. We had a first chance, and we ended up with a nightmare. This council needs experience. You're going to get more new people potentially in November. It would be lovely if you actually this time put down your sabers, put down your partisan politics, and did what a boardroom would do and appoint the best possible candidate. I think Mike's lived here 5 minutes compared to Karen, and while I know some of you think that, it's time for some change, that's a fair point. But it's equally fair to have someone up there that can help the rest of you who know nothing about the budget. That's all. Thank you.
Jack Dowd, Precinct 1. Based on merit, everybody on this side of the room know that there's no contest between Karen Chavez and the other contender, based on merit. So on this side, thank you. On this side of the table, on the other side of the table, you should choose a candidate based on their merit. Say that again, based on their merit. It should be a unanimous vote. It should be a unanimous vote to put Karen Chavez as the council person. As far as 3A is concerned, that should also be voted on merit. It should be a unanimous decision. I hope I can change somebody's mind here tonight. You were elected by your constituents to represent them. And by voting yes, you are not representing your constituents. You all know that the majority of the people in the town want this to be voted no. So represent your constituents in this vote. It should be a unanimous vote if you represented your constituents. Thank you.
Evening. Bob Carroll, Precinct 6. We've been hearing a lot about the MBTA Communities Act since Governor Baker signed it into law in 2021. Some in our community have embraced it immediately, seeing it as a way to provide much housing relief and a path to valuable state aid which Winthrop uses to address a host of needs such as infrastructure and road improvements. Some members of our community have described it as pure tyranny. We heard that tonight. Created just to ruin every aspect of life as we know it. Both groups have waged war on Facebook since 2021. Some have even bought t-shirts. But your planning board reviewed the law and worked to find a way to comply with it, because they were required to by law, as you are too, to deal with this. They used their expertise and proposed a way forward that worked for the Commonwealth while preserving Winthrop. Their proposal focuses on getting credit for the housing capacity already in place. So you say no, that housing capacity is there, especially in the center. And it focuses on that capacity that's in the center and gets credit for the Seal Harbor, which is already built. The proposal is balanced and measured and reasonable and adult. I hope you consider it, and I hope you vote to approve it tonight so we can move on and address the many other pressing needs. We heard some things about climate. That's not a joke. However, if you do not, I hope you are honest with Winthrop about the negative impact of a no vote, specifically the loss of the state grants, which I mentioned we use for a number of things, and the fact that towns like Milton have come against the Commonwealth and lost to the tune of nearly $300,000. I couldn't just to ask one question before I leave, couldn't we find a better way to use $300,000? Thank you.
couldn't we find a better way to use $125 million? Diana Viens, Precinct 2. Thank you, Bob Carroll, for that interesting interpretation. I'll just say, I think tonight we found a clear winner for our at-large candidate, which is Kurt Millar. I'm so excited about that. But I do want to read my letter for Karen Chavez because I think she is the right person for the job. To the Winthrop Town Council. It is with the utmost confidence and deep respect that I write to endorse Karen Chavez for the vacant Precinct 2 Town Council position. Karen's decades of service to Winthrop speak for themselves, but it is her unwavering integrity and depth of knowledge and steady dependability that truly set her apart. Karen has been a fixture in a Winthrop civic life for many years, consistently showing up, speaking out, and putting in the hard work on behalf of residents. She does not seek the spotlight, as you know, and she seeks solutions time and time again. She has proven herself to be a thoughtful, level-headed problem solver who listens carefully, acts respectfully, and puts the needs of our community above all else. Her reputation is unmatched. Karen is widely trusted across all precincts, known for her honesty, fair-mindedness, and steadfast commitment to doing what is right, even when it is not the easy choice. Her deep understanding of Winthrop's history, challenges, and potential allows her to make informed, forward-thinking decisions that reflect both our values and our vision. But above all, Karen is dependable. In a political environment, I'll wrap it up, but basically she's just done her work, and we are so lucky that she has put in her name for this. My gosh. Thank you, Karen. I'm not sure where you're sitting, but we appreciate you.
Lois Baxter, Precinct 2. I stand here too to wholeheartedly, along with my sister Nancy, who couldn't be here, endorse the appointment of Karen Chavez to fill the vacancy for Precinct 2. She is the most professionally qualified person for this position, having served on numerous boards, committees for the town. Please consider Karen. She was also a great nurse at the hospital, her and her husband, and my father and mother would be haunting me today if I didn't get up and speak for her and her husband. Now, with 3A, I am opposed to 3A. I hope that you vote no on it. Even 50 more units in this town will cause a traffic nightmare. On Saturday, I was leaving Winthrop through East Boston, and I was already back to Dunkin' Donuts at 10 o'clock in the morning. I had to go up and turn around and go through Revere. If flooding was occurring and you couldn't get through Revere, it would be in a traffic nightmare. 50 units with 100 more cars, this town can't handle. And another thing, last week we had a little mishap over at Logan Airport where a plane turned left on 33. What if he turned right and ended up off of Sargent Street? How would the emergency crews get here to protect us and protect those people if they were on the plane? Our infrastructure can't handle it. Even more children in the classroom will be too much. We just voted an override for the school committee. We can't be putting more kids into the school system. Please vote no.
Michael Herbert, Precinct 3. I'm in favor of Karen Chavez for Precinct 2. As far as 3A goes, I feel like our building department and Board of Appeals is approving units left and right. Hundreds and hundreds of units are becoming livable units. I feel like our town is fulfilling the need for what we need. we should take care of it ourselves. We shouldn't have outsiders take care of it for us. If there was an accident at Deer Island, a chemical explosion, or a plane crash, you know what it's like to leave Point Shirley on the 4th of July? The whole town would be in big trouble. I'm against 3A. Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Carla Vitale. I'm in Precinct 6. I am going to read a portion of an email I sent to the council in support of Karen Chavez to fill the open seat in Precinct 2. While new ideas and new residents can bring insight, at this particular time, Winthrop is facing so many serious items, and there's really no time to get up to speed. We need a counselor ready to step into the role and be ready on day one. That person could only be Karen Chavez. I've had the pleasure of working with Karen many, many, many times during my 17 years at Town Hall, and I can't think of a better resident to fill this vacancy. Karen's been involved for decades in the Citizens Finance Committee, for decades before that, preparing the Red Books for town meeting as a town meeting member. Her knowledge of Winthrop's budget and financial challenges simply cannot be overstated. She has intimate knowledge of our charter and ordinances due to her time on the Ordinance Review Committee. She's been a huge contributor as a resident to council and school meetings since we began our council form of government, and for decades before as a town meeting member, as I said. I believe she's been part of the Medical Reserve Corps for many years, using her years of nursing experience to help our residents in time of crisis. She was an election worker and warden during elections for all my years as clerk, as well as running early voting for many, many years, and I believe she still does. Karen's also a huge cheerleader and supporter of our youth and of our youth athletics. When I worked in Town Hall as town clerk, I would often call on her as a resource to help give me background information on many subjects over the years, and I really can't accurately put into words what a wonderful addition she would be to the council during this uncertain time in our town's history. Karen knows this town, our history, our finances, our strengths, our areas of weakness. I found her to be an honest, calm, and respectful person, easy to discuss topics with, even when we've been on different sides of an issue. I'm sure I missed many more examples of her contributions to town government over the years, but I sincerely hope the council looks favorably upon her willingness to serve and vote her to be our next town councilor in Precinct 2. Thank you.
Good evening. Gianna Cavallo, formerly Gianna Tamas of Precinct 2. First of all, I want to thank you all for all the hard work that you all have done and taken into consideration all of the data, all of the public comments and knowledge and everything that you all have to take into consideration. And I really do respect that you take our voices into consideration when you are making these votes. With that being said, I would really like to endorse or give my endorsement to Karen Chavez, because I really feel like she's done an exceptional job. And she's a true leader. We all should take note of her dedication and her passion of what she does. So I really do feel like she'd be a wonderful fit for interim. When it comes to 3A, obviously it's a large discussion, and there's many other nuances that I think we need to take in consideration, particularly that we really haven't had a traffic study yet, and the impacts any additional units would have. Anyone going in and out of town knows that it is quite hard, especially if you're trying to get somewhere quickly. So with that being said, thank you again so much for reviewing the situation and considering your precinct's voices.
Good evening, I'm Julie Barry. I am in Precinct 1. I'm also a co-chair of the school committee, but I am here speaking solely as a concerned constituent. I want to speak plainly tonight about integrity, what that means in public service, and why it matters now more than ever in Winthrop. Let's start with what's happening behind the scenes. There's an effort underway by some on the town council to remove Councilor DeMarco on grounds of attendance issues due to a claim that he's missed too many meetings in one quarter, despite having been confirmed to be present via Zoom. Let's be honest, this isn't about attendance. Councilor DeMarco has been a committed member of the town council for nearly 6 years. His term ends in November. Why the rush? Why now? It's clear. You want him out so you can install somebody who will vote your way. This is about political manipulation. This is about control. Mr. Tassinari and his allies are trying to clear the path for Michael Kinlan, a candidate they know who will vote for their agenda, particularly on 3A. It doesn't matter to them who they sacrifice. It doesn't matter that Rob has served for 6 years with a commendable record of getting things done and of being committed to hearing both sides of every situation all the time. What matters is the vote, and they're willing to throw out integrity to get it. And if we're going to talk about conduct worthy of removal, let's look elsewhere. What about the email exchange where 3 town council members used personal accounts to plan the hijacking of a meeting? Or the time a male council member verbally assaulted a female colleague on TV? Or the discriminatory and wildly inappropriate text messages that have circulated among members less visible but no less unethical? If those aren't cause for concern, how can an attendance issue be? The truth is, this isn't about ethics, it's about power. Now let's talk about Michael Kinlan, the keyboard warrior they're pushing forward. In his now deleted Facebook post, Mr. Kinlan repeatedly attacked...
Let's not get into personal attacks on...
I'm just trying to explain that there were deleted Facebook messages. He's cleansed his entire Facebook history to get rid of quotes in his own words. But what we're here to do today is to talk about what Miss Karen Chavez brings to the table. Karen's not only experienced, she's battle-tested, informed, and deeply committed to this town. She knows our charter, she's helped shape our ordinances, she has chaired or served on nearly every financial and strategic committee Winthrop has relied on for decades. She was preparing the red books for town meetings before anyone even knew what a line item was. And while some people shout from keyboards, Karen has been on the ground, serving on the Finance Commission and Citizens Finance Committee for 18 plus years, co-chairing the Miller Field and Fire Station building committees, leading school site councils, principal searches, and the SBAC, supporting our elections as a warden and precinct worker, and being a proud supporter of youth sports and scholarships, not mocking them. Karen is a varsity player in every sense of the word. The council has too many junior level players looking for shortcuts. Karen is the starter every time. She's calm under pressure, she's principled, she listens, and even when we've disagreed, I've always respected her approach and her facts. This moment demands leadership, not noise, respect, not resentment, and experience, not deleted posts. Let's choose someone who builds bridges, not burns them. Please choose Karen Chavez for Precinct 2.
Good evening, I'm Cheryl Egan, I live in Precinct 2. I'd like to thank the town councilor and town manager, and the town council president and members for all your hard work. I know this is a very divisive issue. 3A is a very, very important issue. It concerns home rule, a principle that goes back in our country for better than 200 years. Please recall home rule. It's extremely important. I thank the planning board for their very good work. They wrangled this and wrangled this and wrangled this to come up with a representation of a way that the town can comply. This town and the planning board has no absolute okay that we're going to be accepted for credits from the state. There's nothing in writing about it. I've never seen it, and I've looked. There's nothing in here that guarantees that we will be penalized for grants from the state. I don't believe that grants and the people who do them, even in a state like Massachusetts that we know is a very partisan state, will be penalized for our taking our own home rule in hand. We live in the smallest town in the Commonwealth. Never mind just the districts that involve 3A. All the way out to the Berkshires, all the way down to the Cape, we live in the smallest, densest town. That's why 3A is important here. We need to ask you to please, please vote no on 3A. Thank you.
Paul Caruccio, 2. I think after a year and a half, there's very little new that we can say. I do want to say that there is one thing that I have heard from many people, and including from many of the council members last week, that if we do not approve 3A, we don't know what will happen. We don't know what the state will do to us. And that theme was pretty strong at the last council meeting. Well, I, for one, refuse to be intimidated by my government. And this community refuses to be intimidated by their government. This Constitution says, we the people, we make the rules. We don't have to be, we have no kings, we have no royalty. So I urge the members of the council to vote for their constituents who overwhelmingly in this community vote against 3A. I also would like to put in a word for Karen Chavez. Thank you.
Vasily Malios, Precinct 1. You have been hearing for almost 2 years now why I'm opposed to 3A, and I'm going to continue to be opposed to 3A. We cannot have our government holding grants over our head and telling us what we need to do. We need to all open our eyes a little bit here. It's getting out of control. Regarding Precinct 2, I have sent an email to the town council endorsing Karen Chavez. She is highly qualified. Put your differences aside. If you were sitting behind a desk and you had to hire someone between the two candidates, I think this is an easy one. Forget about what the senator has to tell you. Get her out of your minds. We all know the truth, guys. It's the truth. Everyone knows what's going on here, and we're calling it out. Okay? She's more than qualified to make tough decisions these next 4 months. A counselor brought up last meeting that we have a lot of decisions to be made. Karen has been attending meetings left and right for years. She's ready to make those tough decisions. She's ready for it. Vote in favor for Karen Chavez. It should be a very easy vote. Thank you.
Hi, Kathleen Capuccio, 49 Waldemar Ave. I'm not going to reiterate everything that everyone said about Karen. This isn't even a question. Karen Chavez is the one that absolutely should be appointed for all of the reasons, her service, all of her knowledge to the town. Plain and simply, if a counselor does not vote for Karen Chavez, we know why. It's political. You have an agenda. That's all it's about. It's simple. I mean, it's so simple, it's actually almost comical. Regarding 3A, I think Council President Lettieri really nailed it for me at one of the last meetings when he had spoke about the intent of the law. The intent of the law is simple. Governor Healy said it, Campbell said it, everyone says it. It's to build housing. If you look at the law, you read the compliance letters that towns who comply get, it's simple. The state can come in and say, nope, you're not doing what we want you to do, you're not building. This idea of papal compliance is laughable, it's a myth. It's not the intent of the law. Look at the intent of the law, as Council President Lettieri said. It's to build housing. That is the intent of the law. And again, I think most of us that are in the know exactly how this vote's going to go tonight, which I could not be more thrilled about. And again, when it comes to, I'm going to go back to Karen for a second. Like I think Vasily said, just look at it as a job interview. Hands down, it's Karen Chavez. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. That's just what it is. If not, it's purely politics. Thanks.
Hi, Lee Foley, Precinct 6. I don't even know what to say anymore. I keep hearing people talking about we can't build anymore here, and we keep repeating there will be 0 new units. 0 new units. And I'm just don't know anymore how to convince people, so I think I'm just going to basically just remind you that the only thing that I ask is that the town council does their job, which is to follow the law and vote to approve the excellent plan put forward by our planning board. Your job as elected officials is not to defy state law, but to affirm it. This is a painless paper exercise which will avoid litigation, will avoid our town council breaking the law, will avoid the state imposing zoning upon us, and will open us up to more grants. To me, it just seems pretty simple. And in addition to that, I just feel like the Winthrop residents have had a lot asked of them in the past year. A dedicated group of mainly new residents, yes, new residents to our town, work their butts off to get an override for the schools and for the fire station. Those are people that just moved here recently or maybe haven't been here for 20 years and felt that they could still speak their mind in this town because they do pay taxes. And they did us a huge favor. And even though it's going to be painful for some of us, we should be recognizing their efforts and the rest of the town for the higher taxes they have to pay, and do our best to make sure we don't impose any more financial burdens on our community. Please do the right thing, and also do the right thing by supporting Michael Kinlan. I think he is the future of this town. He is young, he is energetic, he is a very diversely talented person, and he's a fast learner, and he represents a constituency that I don't see up here sitting in front of me. So I hope you'll vote for Mike Kinlan.
Christian Bonapani, Precinct 5. I'd like just to say a few words about Karen Chavez and her appointment to Precinct 2. Offering the perspective of someone a little younger, I'm only 20. I graduated from Winthrop High School 2 years ago. I think going back as far as I can remember, even to being in like elementary school, hearing her name, hearing Karen, participating in town government, being at school committee meetings, which she still does, attend to this day, despite not being an elected official. She helps with elections, early voting, watching like the poll checkers, poll workers, stuff like that. And all I have to say, because everyone's really already said everything that there is, I think there's no question about it, is that if Winthrop had an unsung hero, in my opinion, it would be Karen. Because if there's someone who has done, an insurmountable of thankless work over the years, it will be Karen. And that's all I have to say. It's a very simple decision.
Hi, I'm Jill Dvornik, Precinct 3. So I'm one of the newer residents of Winthrop. I have no ties to Winthrop, and I've just been learning a lot about Winthrop, whether it's newly attending meetings or the many, many Facebook pages, which take a grain of salt, as you will. One thing I can say is that there tends to be a lot of perspectives against change. And change is hard, and new is hard, but it's also inevitable. And what I would love to see is the passions of this town kind of coming together to address some of the issues. Yes, it stinks when it rains and you have an entire 2 ways of getting out of this town to 1. So why aren't we trying to fix that and come together with all of our passions against the state to make a road that can go over flooding or something? This is definitely not my area of expertise. But just sticking to old ways and sticking to the way things have been done and not introducing new can't always be good. There is something absolutely valuable about institutional knowledge, but not allowing new information or new perspectives can hinder progress. And in terms of 3A, again, I didn't have any back knowledge or anything like that, and it does seem like it's 0 new housing, but what I hear a lot is that with new people coming in, it's gonna be, oh my gosh, more traffic and more parking and more people with kids going to the schools, but is that really true? Like with all the new residents that we've received in the last few years, how much have they added to cars versus original housing that's been here and people just own more cars? Or has there been a decrease in people taking public transit as compared to pre-COVID, and why is that? And these are some of the things that we should look at. And I bring that up because I think a couple of weeks ago it was introduced that there should be like a more of a data and IT perspective, and I 100% support that. I'm someone that loves to make decisions based on data, and there's just not a lot. And so I think it's a lot of inherent bias, which we are all, it's just inevitable to happen. And so while I can't participate in IT, that's definitely not my realm. That's it. I just wanted to say that I think there's a lot of fear and a lot of opinions about the way things have always been, but with new people comes new ideas, and it's not always bad.
Okay. Thank you all. All right. Thank you for your public comments, one and all. They're greatly appreciated. Correspondence, Denise.
Where do I begin? All right, it's been crazy, but we did receive emails to comply with 3A from Julia Hollington, Anna Carrera, Scott Mahoney, Wright, Cassie Woodhouse, Donna Riley, Susan Martucci. We did receive emails not to comply with 3A from Ralph and Patricia Bosco and Cheryl Howard. We did receive several emails concerned with the town council and public decorum during meetings from Paul Baskin, Caitlin Burrows, Julia Wallace, Judy Hanlon, and Todd Sacco. Erin, I did receive your email, but it was received after 3 p.m., which I had already done the list. So Erin, or Mike Kinlan, we did receive your email. We did receive all the other emails if the names were read. And that's about it. And everything will be made public on the minutes.
All right. Committee reports. Finance had met already last week, and you could update us as to the items that we have in old business.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, we did meet as a Finance Subcommittee prior to last week's Town Council meeting, and we did review all of the motions that we will be covering in old business coming up, and all of them received a positive recommendation from our subcommittee.
Thank you. Firehouse Building Committee did meet last week. It was our first meeting with our OPM, which is P3. Dan Pilata was there, gave a great presentation, updated us as to a timeline, which you will hear a lot more about. We actually have a company that's finishing up work down behind, you might see them behind the middle school, behind the old auditorium. They're looking at the bricks, they're looking at the pipes, what's covering the pipes. They're looking to try to get a good report for us on asbestos and other related items that we need to clear out. So they will give us a report. We will then use that report as part of an RFQ to go out to a potential demolition person that will take care of the abating the building before the auditorium and the middle school, and then ultimately demolition. We hope to have demolition, the plan is to have demolition done by the end of calendar 25. We will start demolition in the probably mid-fall. We will start the abatement in the early fall. We also have an RFQ out for architects. That RFQ, I believe, closes July 1st, June 25th. June 25th, that RFQ closes. We will then, by around the 4th of July, with schedules and stuff, it might be slightly before, slightly after, we will have an architect on board. The thought process is by mid-spring of 2026, we will have shovels in the ground digging and building the new fire station with a goal, probably a 14 to 15-month build, and hopefully by the fall of 2027, late fall into early winter, we will be opening the fire station. Still looking on same par with the Firehouse Building Committee. We're still looking for citizens interested in a firehouse reuse committee. We do have one person that has volunteered their time, but still looking for a couple more before I name that committee. School department report, we met, the council met last week, so we have not, school department has not met since our last meeting. Policy making, we do not have an update on policy making committees. Town manager report has been circulated. If the town manager chooses to add anything to that or give a brief update.
You gave an update on the firehouse. Thank you for that. And just a quick update on one of the events. The Greater Boston Track Club is having their second annual track meet over at Miller Field on June 28th at 6 p.m. That's the only thing I forgot to add to that. And just again, special thanks to the council and everybody involved in the budget process and the budget season. Very thorough, very engaging. So it was a great season for that. So thank you, and certainly open any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the town manager? Councilor Swope.
Hi, thanks for your update in your report also, town manager. I have a question. It's not in your report, but I did receive from one of our constituents the changes that are being made in the MBTA bus schedule. And I'm wondering if you can fill us in more on that. I heard about this before, but now it's come to pass, and now it's either a half hour or sometimes 45 minutes between I think stops. Can you tell us any more about it?
We've reached out to the MBTA to ask for some clarification. We're still waiting on a response, so once I get one, I'll update the council.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Tassinari.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Manager Marino. Quick question on the Revere Street tip project. About where in the total life of that project do we stand right now? How much has been spent and how much of that funding was state funded?
As far as up to date, I'm not exactly sure. We can check the budget on that. The total project that the state's funding is about $7.5 million. The town's on the hook. We had $800,000 in easements, and then the design was probably $2 or $3 million. $550. For the design, okay. So $800,000 plus $550 for design, plus all the infrastructure work that we had to do, water, sewer, some stormwater, things like that. So, but yeah, we're on probably $1 million or so on that.
So the storm drain was included in the project?
Yeah.
The water main project prior to the tip project kicking off was around $2.5 million.
So probably all in, probably around $4 million for the town. So $7.5, $11.5 million total project. Town's in for about $4.5, and the state's up $7.5 million or so.
And how old was that stormwater system that we had under there, Director Geller, if you don't mind?
It was the original system, so 75 to 100 years old.
Wow, we replaced. That's a great project. That's great for the. Yeah. Thank you.
And we did give an update on that
You guys
as well.
deserve a lot of credit for updating that 75 to 100-year-old system.
The paving that I did notice in the town manager report, for those who didn't read it, the paving that they're stripping now will go up just slightly past Kennedy Drive. They'll do what they had to do in the lower part. They'll rebuild the road, a little challenging with the shallow infrastructure that we have there. But they will do another overnight paving on July 11th. It's another Friday night to get that all into binder. And that's the plan right now.
So there'll only be about 3 more weeks of that.
Stripping, and then, have to keep it hosed down and, driving over the gravel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure. All right. Old business. Town council vote to approve the planning board's recommendation on 3A of the Mass General Law. First I'll give you a little procedural stuff. We will have discussion amongst the council. The motion will be a positive motion to vote to approve the planning board's recommendation. To approve the planning board's recommendation, it requires 5 yes votes from the town council. So we have 8 councilors. It would need a 5-3 vote, 6-2, 7-1, so forth. If it was to pass as a yes, the next step potentially would be there could be a citizens referendum or petition, which require a relatively small amount of signatures in the 50 to 75 range. Is that accurate? Which same way works if the council votes no. The pro 3A people could get a similar petition with similar signatures is the latest I'm hearing now. So both would require less than 100 signatures. That petition would come to the council. So either way, no or yes, get a petition, it would come to the council. The council would then vote whether or not that petition, if they would like that petition to go on the ballot. If it did, it could go on the ballot in November, or it could be a special election. So that's the process in terms of that. I'll read the text of the motion. Motion that the town council vote to accept the planning board's recommendation on section 3A of the Massachusetts General Law to recommend the creation of 2 district overlay zoning districts to comply with section 3A. Sail Harbor Road, covering Sail Harbor as well as Fort Heath, and Governor's Park, or take any other action relative thereto. Additionally, the Center Business District, or the CBD, is included as part of the compliance strategy as a mandated mixed-use overlay, though it is not formally designated as a 3A overlay district. However, the units already permitted in this district will contribute to the town's compliance without any impact on the CBD, or take any other action relative thereto. The planning board also passed a motion outlining the necessary zoning changes, including elimination of a special permit process for the applicant seeking to pay the parking in lieu fee. Town Ordinance Section 17-50.210, going forward, this fee would be paid during the site plan review process with the planning board's approval, or take any other action relative thereto. It comes along with a letter from the planning board to the council with more clarification on that. So there's a motion. It is basically the exact same motion that came before us in November. Is there a motion to be made? Motion by Vice President Belcher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor DeRoss. The motion is now open for discussion. I will start from my right. I will work down, let every councilor have an opportunity to speak. I will let the Vice President go second to last, and I will go last. Councilor Aiello.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this council is about to decide whether to uphold the law by filing the recommended plan, or to violate the law by rejecting the plan submitted by the Winthrop Planning Board. I expect, unfortunately, just like last time, that we will fail to garner the 5 votes for approval. However, it's important to read into the record the facts of the matter, and my comments here will provide that. Let's remember how we started. In 2023, despite the fact that we weren't talking about 3A, we were reading in the newspapers about other communities dealing with it one way or another, the struggles they were having with it, interpreting, etc. It was in October of 2023 when Councilors Ruggiero, Honan, and I asked about 3A, and we didn't get much of a response. In January of 2023, Councilor Belcher and I demanded that 3A be put on the agenda, and if you missed that meeting, it was something. We found that we were given an 880-unit zoning requirement, and we had a consultant who said, oh, the good news is I can figure out how to do about 2,300 units in this town. And everybody went crazy. Everybody went crazy, okay? That really set my hair on fire and everybody else's hair on fire, as it should be. We got off to a horrible start, and a lot of just mistrust about the law and where it was going. And again, I can't blame people for coming out of that meeting angry. I was. Everybody agreed, as I began to talk with folks on the council and off the council, that Winthrop was already too dense. In fact, every member of this council agrees that Winthrop's density is already at its limits. And as we've talked about before, we're gonna get more dense. We can reject 3A, but there are previous council actions on rezoning that are gonna produce more units. Depends on the mix of single, 1-bedroom apartments, 2-bedroom apartments, et cetera. But let's call it as around 500 units coming our way when market conditions exist. That's a lot for us to absorb, even without 3A. So, a number of us were trying to figure out how to deal with this with this law. We benefited from the fact that a number of citizens came forth and reminded us all of Winthrop's history, about the work that was done in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Fourth Heat, the Sail Harbor units, Governor's Park units, basically telling us we have already done our job. We have rezoned the center, we've rezoned some of the waterfront. It was a very compelling argument. We bundled it up, we worked with the town manager, sent it to the Secretary of Housing. Secretary of Housing called us in, and he said to us, this is really impressive. You guys are the kind of town that the legislation is meant to create elsewhere. And he promised us he would give us as much flexibility as he could when thinking about a compliance plan. We raised the issue of whether or not he would give us an exemption, and he said he could not. There were certain things that he was able to do, certain things he wouldn't. He didn't give us any details about that. But I will tell you from the collaboration he has made with the planning board to get us to this plan which will produce 0 new units, and again, let me repeat, 0 new units, is a remarkable collaboration between the planning board and the Commonwealth. I know we don't have a piece of paper from the Commonwealth. Why should we expect it? We haven't sent anything to the Commonwealth for approval because we haven't voted yes to send it, right? So if we send something, ideally we get a letter back. The planning board has told us that they're pre-positioned to accept the plan. So we get to 0, and one of the things that the board did that was really magical was to get not only the built units, but the rezoning units to further reduce our obligation to 0. But there are still voices in the community that are arguing against the board's solution, the planning board solution. First of all, there are those there who were certain that the 3A law was flawed. They wanted us to spend your tax dollars in suing the Commonwealth. We, the council, chose not to follow that path. Other communities were following that path. Let them spend their money. If they win, we benefit from it. We don't have that kind of money in this town. Many voices were arguing with us that the law was fundamentally flawed, that the law was unconstitutional. However, the Mass Supreme Court has ruled that the law is constitutional. Strike one against the doubters. Number 2, we were told, like members in this community, that the governor was limited in the funds that she could withhold from non-complying municipalities. Well, the Supreme Court ruled exactly the opposite, which is that she has broad discretion over which grants she can withhold for a community that does not comply. Serious business, not just hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's an economic development bill where there's over $200 million that could come to municipalities over the next number of years. We wouldn't be eligible for them. And then the third argument was that the AG, the Attorney General, couldn't penalize municipalities for failure to comply. The Supreme Court declared again that the AG can, in fact, impose a pretty full suite of remedies. Those remedies could include fines, and all the way to an imposition of a 3A plan of our own. And then we're fighting that fight all over again. That was 3 strikes. From my perspective, you're out, using a baseball metaphor. Let's switch metaphors now. There's certain opponents who are now throwing Hail Mary passes. They have asked the state representative and the state senator to file legislation declaring us as exempt. Unfortunately, the Speaker of the House basically killed that in a speech to the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce. He was not going to allow any exemptions language to happen. So that path has been closed to us. There was some hope in the community that Auditor DeZoglio's speech that she gave that said 3A was an unfunded mandate would be a pathway to avoid implementation of the plan. Well, the courts have just ruled that she was incorrect in her assessment, and so that happens. So in a sports metaphor, maybe all of the experts we've been listening to should sit on the bench. But opposition remains, and here are some examples. We still have people saying out there that there are 880 units coming. If they've read the plan, they can't possibly come away with that. It says 0. There's no other number that we should be using. 0 units as a result of this plan. We've had assertions up at Seal Harbor that a 3A overlay would allow people to cut up their 2-bedroom units into 5 bedrooms, and we could stuff 5, 10, 15 people in each bedroom. That is not, and the Attorney General has been clear. Condo docs and building regulations, fire health safety regulations are not affected by zoning of a 3A overlay. Those kinds of manifestations of what might happen are definitely not true. I worry that people are trying to scare their neighbors here, and that's really not right, because those things are not going to happen if we were to pass it. Again, we're not going to pass it. At Winthrop Center, the plan is very clear. We got a reduction of about 225 units by the Commonwealth accepting our zoning plan, not putting a 3A overlay on it and having horrible things like micro units possible and tenement units being possible and all sorts of other language that's meant to strike fear into people. Nothing changes in Winthrop Center. In fact, the one thing that we've heard complaints about is that some people don't like the parking regulations that the council created over 10 years ago. Well, anybody wants to solve that, write 3 sentences, send it to us, we'll put it to rules and ordinance, and we'll change that parking rule. It has nothing to do with the state. That's a problem solved by us. Is that specter of the parking plan held out there and not solved so we can scare people that the center's gonna be something different? A lot of people don't like what the center zoning did, but the council approved it over 15 years ago. We've enriched all of the property owners there. If we try to undo that zoning, we have to compensate them for taking away something from them. I mean, unfortunately, that's the way the law works, if you really don't like that plan. Nothing to do with 3A, 0 to do with 3A. Let me just wrap up for this and get ready for the... Thank you, Mr. Dowd. After this vote, I expect we're gonna have 4 people who voted no. They have to worry about a legacy of what that means for this town. That means when your taxes go up, because we're not getting grants, and we can't replace the stormwater systems, and we can't repave the roads, that's a consequence of this vote tonight, okay? So think about the next 2.5 override, a debt exclusion coming your way. But let's discuss 2 other implications of voting no. First of all,
Excuse me. Please let the counselor speak.
First of all, we pay taxes to the Commonwealth, every one of us, okay? What you're effectively doing is we're sending taxes to the Commonwealth, and instead of getting more than our fair share, which we've been doing through the good work that Tony Marino has, building back our ability to get grants out the door, we're not getting our money back. That money is going to Winchester, Wellesley, someplace else. So your money is being used to subsidize improvements in other communities because we get shut off from that money coming back to us. That's one serious thing to think about. Do you want your tax dollars subsidizing somebody else's community? But here's the other thing. When we vote no, we violate our oath of office. We refuse to obey the law. A lesson that does hold for others. What position do we put our police chief in when an officer comes to him and says, I didn't enforce that because I actually don't like that law? What position do we put the head of inspectional services in when someone says on a fire, life, safety, or health, or cleanliness in a restaurant, say, well, I didn't give him a citation because I don't like that law? What message are we sending to the teachers and the students about how a democracy works? That you get elected to office, you hold up your right hand, you say you're going to enforce the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and you just decide randomly, well, the rules don't count. What kind of society do we create? It's a terrible precedent for this town. It's a terrible precedent for this Commonwealth. It's a terrible precedent for this country. If people think they can go around and just break laws willy-nilly. We're seeing a lot of people complaining about what's coming out of the federal government. They can't cut grants. They're trying to tell universities what they can teach and can't teach. We like that? We're doing the same thing when we say we don't like this particular thing. So we're gonna vote against adopting this. We're gonna lose money, but God help us, we are creating a different culture in this town where, again, I have no problem with you all being opposed to, no, you're citizens. But for us, as people who held up our hand and took the oath of office, it's a real big problem. Thank you.
Councilor DeMarco. Councilor DeMarco. Councilor DeMarco, please.
I want to thank the planning board for their hard work. Everybody already knows I'm a no, and I have nothing else to say.
Councilor Costigan.
Good evening. There's a tremendous amount of information here, especially on the no side, and why to vote no against this. But let me start with the history. And again, we're just rehashing a lot of what we've already said. Passed in the 11th hour, no affordable component to it, no tenant rights, no sailing of eviction notices, so forth, so on. Really funded by the private equity firms and the hedge funders of Wall Street. The algorithms in the nationwide as it results in the landlords having to abide by a consortium of other landlords to charge X amount of money per unit and not to deviate from that. That is also a practice which the federal government was pursuing as a violation. I don't know where that stands right now. But as a lot of what Mr. Councilor Aiello had said, and I think he knows my feelings on the CBD, and yes, I did happen to watch through YouTube the planning board's proposal here. Nothing different about it, nothing different about it. My concerns with that, again, are the CBD. We have Seal Harbor, we have the Governor's Park, thank you. But those two themselves have their own issues. But as it relates to the CBD, the Center Business District, I am not for four-story units. I've mentioned this before. I'm not for, the safety issues that brings up for our fire department, the restriction, the exclusion zones down there, terrible design, let alone the center itself is a concrete jungle in my eyes. I'll just say, where are all the trees down the center? I think there's a total of 10 overall. Those are just some minor issues, but that taps into the climate as well. But with that, the big one for me is the changes to the existing zoning as it removes special permit requirements for fee in lieu of parking in the CBD. Change the site plan review And again, fees in lieu of parking states, in the center business district, any commercial or mixed-use structure that is required to provide parking spaces may make payments to the town in lieu, providing for all or part of the off-site, or I should say on-site parking required. Payments made to the town in lieu of 50% of the on-site parking spaces for the project in the center business district shall be allowed, and again, excluding by special permit. It's going to be a simple just checkbox. They'll be giving these out like no tomorrow. So the 4-story buildings we're talking about down there, who's to say with the connection and the fingers of the state into our CBD that all of a sudden we have no jurisdiction over 5 stories? And again, if you look at the design that's been proposed last week, look at that. Look at the 4-story buildings that enter every entranceway to the center. Is that what we want? We're going to lose our power as a town to control our own center business district for what? 221 units? Can't they find that somewhere else in this town? 221 units. We should be getting credit for 600 already. So why is the center business district thrown into this package again? There's a reason for it. It's the developers. The developers out of town. They're waiting, they can't get their hands on it. It's like George Bailey in It's a Wonderful Life. And again, it's gnawing, it's galling them. They can't get their hands on it. They want that center business district. And again, think about it. With the center business district, under that 3A provision, where are all the businesses? It's supposed to be a center business district. It's going to be a center residential district. There are no requirements for businesses down below. We will have nowhere in this town to go to call our center of business. You go anywhere else. You go to Melrose. You go to Newbury. You go to Newport. You can go up to Newburyport. They thrive on their center businesses there. And as you know, I was against the location of the fire department as well, for the mere fact of trying to save that auditorium. And again, that's old news. But again, attractions to the center are key to this little town. We need revenue. We need revenue. In addition to that, so the elimination of that provision for special permit, open field day for vehicles, exclusion zones in every sidewalk down the center. I don't know how the fire department feels about that as it relates to them having to fight a fire that's 4 stories or higher. I was there the day they were fighting the fire on Veterans Road. That's 4 stories there. Let me tell you something. They needed a hell of a lean with that ladder. And I feared for, I believe it was Mr. Officer Rich, who was climbing that ladder. And again, it's something to see when it's actually happening. So again, if that's what we want for the center business district, with again, no required businesses down below on the first floor, then vote this bill in. Vote the planning board's proposal. But I will not be voting for that. In addition, ADUs. We haven't even talked about those. Well, we have to a degree. And again, as it stands, 64% of Winthrop makeup is multifamily units, 5,669. Of that, 36% are single-family structures, 3,239. How many people who own the single structures under that latest proposal are going to pull a permit for an ADU? Again, additional cars, right? Additional people, additional traffic, additional safety issues, additional school children, additional costs to this town in excess of $1 million. Those are some of the estimates. So again, this is going to cost us. And how the state could stand up there and say, this is not an unfunded mandate is beyond me. It's unbelievable. So, but we know the story here. The money comes through the state, as a lot of people have said, you'll be breaking the rules, so forth, so on. And I get all of that. Yes, the purse strings are controlled by the State House. But you know, they can impose this upon us, but 72% of the people in the Commonwealth voted for an audit of that State House, and they're refusing to do it. So that's the addition of the ADUs. As far as my Climate Commission friends, I apologize. It's a sad day where 3A affects our ability to control our own destiny here in town. Yes, infrastructure, 30, 40 years of neglect, been discussed about that. How much of this is rainwater infiltration into these areas of Pico? Girdlestone and Tileston? Tileston, Girdlestone, I think, I've visited down at Tileston and Girdlestone. That is a drainage issue as it relates to fresh water. Pico Beach, same thing. There are people on Pico Beach who have confronted me, got phone calls from me to say that it's a drainage issue. We're no on 3A. Just let the water drain out into the bay, please. It's not that hard, but don't throw me in that pool of yes. Those are the calls I've gotten. And again, the Climate Commission has a lot of work to do. I feel for it. We need a boatload of money. The Morton Street people, again, my apologies. But that $12 to $18 million is not going to happen next year, the year after, or 4 years from now. We've got a government that is looking to abolish climate change, looking to abolish any funding for FEMA and funding for any climate resiliency in projects, etc. It took us 30 to 40 years to get to where we are right now. Blizzard of 78, as Mr. Dowd mentioned one of the last meetings. This didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to be cured overnight. So to put the climate in front of this 3A bill to say the sky is falling, I'm sorry, it's not. It's not. Don't use that as an excuse to pass this bill. As our town council president mentioned at the last meeting, when we do get grant money, it costs this town, as town manager just mentioned, $4.5 million for the TIPS project. We got 7.5 out of the infrastructure bill, thanks to Biden. But it costs us money every time we accept grant money. Don't forget that. We have to commend the people in this town for passing the override, the debt exclusion. That is Winthrop strong, and that is what we have to do going forward. We have to do this on our own because, I hate to say it, we're the redheaded stepchild of Boston and Suffolk County. Sorry to offend any redheads out there. But it's true. We couldn't even get a decrease in the Sumner Tunnel when they were battling for that. Mr. Vitigliano, you were instrumental in the Massport case. I commend you for that. And for you to say what you said last week inspires me to fight on as it relates to no. Thank you, Mr. Vitigliano. In addition, I just want to say this fight is not over by no means. And again, the submission by our town manager in February, as it relates to the compact coastal communities, public comments, the town of Winthrop, and I don't know where that stands right now, but providing the state approves this, this is going to be an ongoing issue. And again, I'm just going to read some of this stuff here, since it seems like there is no time limit to the council, which is fine. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Aiello. And again, I did respond to Mr. Town Manager. And again, it's strictly the town manager. It's not Tony in particular. This is all constructive and never personal. I want to be clear about that. The vitriol by both sides, as it relates to some people going at their throats, is unacceptable. I've always said that. But for me to be looped in with the no group and say, every action they take is an action that I'm looking to be stapled with, that's not the case. So with regards to the public comments of the town of Winthrop back in February, the proposal for a compact coastal community is proposed through Amendment 40A3A. And again, this was submitted on behalf of the town. And again, I will say that it was limited viewing by the council as well, very short period of time. And again, I did address it at the same time. But basically, compact coastal community also equates Winthrop with the towns of Nahant and Hull. As we know, Winthrop is one of the densest communities in the Commonwealth with a population of 19,316, within 1.6 square miles, or 12,073 people per square mile in comparison to Nahant, which has a population of 3,334 residents per square mile, and Hull's population at 10,072, living in 2.8 square miles, resulting in density of 3,573 per square mile. We almost quadrupled them. No comparison. That's why Winthrop is unique. And again, there's an entire list here, but I'm not going to go through it. But this being the case, Winthrop is unlike any other town in the Commonwealth, and this should be emphasized in every argument. No other peninsula town in the Bay State is host to a sewage treatment plant and an international airport. Somebody mentioned the plane off the runway this past week. Absolutely. Thank God it was on the ground when it did it. No other peninsula town in the Bay State has to host this sewage treatment plant. And again, the impacts, significant impacts by Massport and the M. having a major commerce route running straight through the town as a primary route for the daily transportation of hazardous fuel oils, chemicals, equipment, materials, sewage plant employees and contractors. In addition, Logan International Airport, located adjacent to Winthrop, also includes 2 runways with the flight paths over the town. And again, they're flying their planes on our property. Don't forget that. They are using our property, the town of Winthrop, to run Massport. And again, I hope this Massport mitigation package is a good one. Okay, disasters, we cannot discount the possibility of a disaster. Very large industrial complexes. What would it mean for our citizens? Evacuation, shelter in place. Again, there's a lot here. In addition, EOHLC is proposing amendments to 40B on top of it. I mentioned this before, back in February, for some of you who may not have heard this, which will in turn significantly weaken Winthrop's ability to defend itself as a severely impacted dense community. In particular, Winthrop's 40B safe harbors status, reserved for small towns. Again, the elimination of that, to be replaced with the compact coastal community. What does this mean? Okay, the submission of the public comments from the town of Winthrop in February is actually a proposal to recognize the town as a compact coastal community, using the same criteria the state is looking to amend under 40B, thus weakening our density status and other facts to aid our case for an exemption. And with this, it's Section 2B, exemption and compliance. In the event EOHLC creates a new proposed category exclusive to Winthrop, is Winthrop required to submit an approved zoning plan? That was one of my questions at the time. If approved, does this proposal automatically place Winthrop into compliance unless it opts out by majority vote to the council? And just listen closely as we go forward here. And again, with the funding, eligible funds under MBTA 3A compliance, we will not be able and eligible for funds under the MBTA Communities Catalyst Fund, which is anywhere from $250 to $1 million for a 3-year period. So what does this mean? If it's passed, this was my question, should a compact coastal community decide later to opt back in, it may do so through a majority vote of its legislative body and shall subsequently regain eligibility under MBTA Communities Catalyst Funds. Is the duration of this eligibility to opt back in 2025 through 2027? And again, this is on the horizon. I don't know where that stands right now, but if approved by the state, we're abiding by it. If this is it, I believe this extended timeline will continue to cause a divide amongst the town citizens of the council as well, resulting in continuing disharmony and difficulty to address the important issues our town faces. This has sidetracked us tremendously. I also believe this will result in continued pressure and influence on our town government and its people by developers in their attempt to gain control of our valuable land. So true. Winthrop is a valuable piece of property. No question about it. And again, in conclusion, the town council and the people on both sides will be jockeying as candidates for the next 3 years. That's why we're in this condition. That's why they're trying to, both sides are trying to maneuver. It's a big chess game right now. Get the majority, get this passed, game over. Once it's passed, there's no reopening the case. The can of worms is open, the box is open. We're never going to be able to stuff it back in. It's open season on Winthrop. Development, development, development. And say what you want to say, the people who are backing the yes side, just look at some of the resumes of these individuals. Some of them are nationally known, and they're very, very wealthy. I'm going to leave it at that, but with this, when will it stop? We're going to be revisiting this even after tonight as well, as it relates to that proposal for the Coastal Communities Group. And let me just say this at the end. The state should take their boot off of our throats and throw us a lifeline instead and give us the exemption, goddammit.
Councilor Tassinari.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is no question that a vote no tonight is a vote to raise taxes. It's a vote to raise taxes on every single one of you in the audience, every single one of us behind this table, because at the end of the day, we're not going to have enough funding here in our current tax pool to do the kind of simple services that we've become accustomed to doing.
Stop, please. One
Oh,
warning.
I promise I'll
Stop. One warning.
Any tax increase would require a 2.5 override, right, Mr. President?
Over 2.5%.
Anything over 2.5%, which is what we'll have to go into again, like we just did in April, in order to afford level services here. It is true that some state grants and some state funding requires a local match. But without those funds, the work that we've gotten done on Revere Street, the replacement of that 75 to 100-year-old stormwater drainage would continue to go undone, as much of the infrastructure work in this town has continued to go undone for at least the last 50 years, which is why our firefighters will live in buildings that are over 120 years old. We just want to keep pushing things down the road, and it's just going to get more expensive, and if we're not going to have state help, it's going to come out of all of our pockets. That's the facts. Now, if you want to look at the data is telling us that every single suit against the state has lost. Every single time a municipality comes up against the state on this statute, they've lost. The statute's highest court has already ruled, the state's highest court has already ruled that municipalities, they basically have no rights. They're not individuals. I have rights, you have rights, everyone behind this table has rights, everyone in the audience, everyone in town, we have rights as individuals. We're protected against the state as individuals. Municipalities have no such protection, none. The only authority a municipality has is granted authority from the state through the legislature. That's it. So they can impose any kind of rule on us that they vote in. And when you go there, we have one vote in the House and one vote in the Senate, and neither one of those votes represent Winthrop exclusively. Now, we've had, for the past 9 years, about $40 million in capital earmarks from the state that we've never pursued. This town has never pursued. That's capital money that's available to us from old bond bills that we've never pursued to fix some of these old infrastructure issues that are going on to this day. Why have we not done it? I don't know. I've been accused of being a newcomer. I am. And those are the kind of things that I'm trying to work with our town manager, who's doing a fantastic job, to move forward. Now, we've heard a little bit tonight about missed opportunities. There's over $1 billion in grant funding from the state in the existing economic development bill and the pending environmental bill. And we don't know right now what this year's General Appropriations Act, the state's operating budget, is going to say on 3A compliance. Because all those bond bills that are coming out of the legislature all begin with a preface that none of this funding is available to any municipalities who are not in compliance of the MBTA Communities Act. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of money to say, no thanks, we'll do it on our own. I, for one, would rather not raise my taxes. It wasn't an easy vote to go in on April 5th and check the box, yes, I want to pay another $1,500 more a year. But we do what we have to do for the betterment of the entire community. And I'll tell you right now, I would say 60% of the people out here who are registered voters, they're not even thinking about 3A. They're not even thinking about it. Because when I poll people in the street, when I talk to them, when I get phone calls, they'll say, what's that? What's the MBTA Communities Act? Don't know anything about it? Don't care. That's what I voted for you for. You're supposed to worry about those things. Okay. And I am worried about it. I'm worried about being denied the funding that we sorely need. Now, right now, of that 40 million I mentioned earlier, there's 10 million available for a firehouse. 10 million. That would decrease what we would have to borrow, what we voted for in the debt exclusion, from 38.5 million to 28.5 million. That would effectively lower everybody's taxes. That money is not available to us unless we are in compliance with state statute. There's another 2 million. There's another 2 million that was put in by our current senator for the demolition of the old middle school. That's not tied to housing. However, that entire bill is tied to compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. Now, some people think this is a bad law. I may or may not agree with that. But here's the thing. In this state, there is a process to oppose state statutes that does not involve armed insurrection like Massachusetts did 250 years ago. It's called the ballot question. We have every right, everyone in this community that doesn't like the law, I'll sign that, I'll sign the petition to put it on the ballot, has the right to put this question to a ballot vote statewide and strike the whole MBTA Communities Act from state statute, and then this would be a moot point. We wouldn't have to worry about compliance because it wouldn't exist. And I know for a fact there are at least 2 people in this community who are engaged, active, and have extensive experience running statewide ballot campaigns. One of them, in fact, is running to be the next counselor at large. Fantastic operators, fantastic organizers, and they've done it before, and they would do it. I'm not going to volunteer anyone else's time, but I'd be willing to bet they would come to bat for this town and for the other folks in those 177 communities that are covered in the MBTA Communities Act. I don't really want to talk about the federal government. I think that was covered pretty extensively by councilors Aiello and Costigan. It is our duty, though, to uphold state statute. And it's pretty clear from the SJC that they're going to hold every municipality accountable. And I really don't want to get into a line drawing match with the Attorney General. So I would rather have what we know today as a net zero ad plan versus what could come from the Attorney General. And thank you, Mr. President, for that time.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor DeRoche.
Thank you, Council President. I know it's running late, so I'll try to make this very quick. I'm going to change the tone a little bit and express some gratitude, if you'll allow me. I'm going to express some gratitude to every single person in this room tonight. You know why? Because when I was in political science class at the University of Maine in the mid to late 80s, my favorite professor was our constitutional law professor. And he said, no matter what your views are on the law or the Constitution, you should have one hope, that the people who live in your community care about your community. This room is full tonight, and it's full of people who care about their community regardless of how they feel about 3A and regardless of who they're going to support for our Precinct 2 candidacy. So, if you find yourself in the midst of the debate about 3A or any future counselor, please remember the people in the room with you care about the town as much as you do, even though they may have a difference of opinion. I'm going to take my friend Councilor Costigan's lead, even though we disagree on the planning board's plan for 3A. I do want to take on what he was referring to earlier, which was the town manager's compact coastal communities proposal, I guess I'd call it, Tony, to the state. Beautifully written, as I've said before, should have been in the original law. That's the exemption I would have supported from the beginning. I believe it's posted on the town website, correct? If you haven't had a chance to read it, it's only 3 pages long. I encourage you to read it if you haven't, because it spells out, as Councilor Costigan was reading a lot of it earlier, spells out why, as a compact coastal community, we should be exempt from that law for the reasons listed in that 3-pager. I wish it had been in the original law. I hope that there's some opportunity moving forward, and we can discuss this at a later meeting, that it becomes part of the law. My understanding is right now, not part of the law. Perhaps it can be revived in the future. I said at an earlier meeting last week, sustainable development, redevelopment, not heavy development in a compact coastal community, 90% surrounded by water. That's important. Now I'm going to take issue a little bit with one thing Councilor Costigan said. The Climate Commission has heard loud and clear people who have come before us and people who have filled the Harvey Room from Morton Street, from Pico, from Tylson Girdlestone, and the 5 other hotspots, as we call them. And I want to thank Marcy Hamilton. We can talk all about what might come down the pike in the future as a result of 3A, but let's focus on what's happening right now. I invite anyone to come up here to the table after the meeting is over and look at the pictures that Marcy shared with us. You will see flooded properties. We've had people come up to us from 8 different parts of town, and I'll add a 9th. We recently had folks on Point Shirley who live along the seawall facing the harbor who said, I looked at your climate action plan, I see 8 hotspots, but I don't see the fact that you've listed for us that we look out and we see the water lapping on the top of the seawall. So folks, what Councilor Tassinari was just laying out for you is real. And I just want to quickly reiterate one thing I said at the last meeting. Without the state grants, without the state aid that's been talked about a lot tonight, we are left with our reserve funds, okay? I'm going to be very specific. Last week's meeting, I read figures off the top of my head. So I feel like I have an obligation as the chair of the Finance Subcommittee to be precise. We have 4 stabilization funds. Think of it as our town reserves, okay? This is what we've got in the piggy bank, the rainy day fund. General stabilization, $4,962,800. Capital stabilization, $2,559,542. Building stabilization, $300,000. And finally, newly created Education Stabilization Fund, $56,208. Those are the figures that will be effective for fiscal year 26, effective July 1st, okay? That total adds up to $7,878,550. If you believe that we can do all of the stormwater drainage fixing that we need to do immediately, if you believe that Director Calla was brave enough to get up and speak tonight, not taking a side on 3A, but stating a fact, which is the list I just read off, $7,878,550 total, plus $497,592 in free cash. If you're doing the math, call it about $8.3 million total. Unfortunately, folks, the climate challenge for us is much, much bigger, and it's not a thing in the future. It's not theoretical. It's real. I'm going to bring it real to my home precinct, Precinct 6. I live on Coral Ave. Where are my Precinct 6ers out there? When I moved to Coral Ave 7 years ago, the folks on Coral Ave that became my neighbors said, if you had moved here about 10 years ago or so, you would have been able to walk out your front door on Coral Ave, reach into the street, and pick up your dinner out of your flooded road with the lobster floating by. Right? Right? So, the only reason that I can walk out my door now and not face that is because we got $10 million in state aid funneled through the DCR to have that nice seawall built, the nice sidewalk built, the nice berm on the beach built, so that we're not flooding in Precinct 6. Thanks to that. That's about to disappear. That's about to disappear. And I get it. I get it. We don't like to think of being at the mercy of the state. So I want to offer you a reversal of your thinking. If your goal is to put a stop to state control, if you want to have a way to comply with state law and maintain that local control, the planning board's plan is the way to do it. Zero impact. Folks, when everybody on both sides of this issue says the planning board did a great job, I could not agree with you more. They did a fantastic job. They did exactly the job we needed them to do, and that's why I am a yes on their planning board's plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Swope.
The nice thing about being last is everyone that has talked has spoken to so many of the points that I wanted to make. Just to make sure that we all know, I know there's a lot of grant money out there, but we, Winthrop, are not going to get probably a lot of grant money. We don't depend on it. I spent some time talking with our finance person today, and one of the things that I noticed in our budget, because I have spent time going to the budget hearings, is we are very conservative when it comes to money for revenue. We try to consider the worst scenario when it comes to expenditures, and that's how we've budgeted, and that's why we stay on the budget. So this is done mostly without grants. This is what we have done, and I think we can do a lot more. I do like the notion that if we're going to try and fight this, I would love to have 177 communities with us. That would be fantastic. And I'm counting on many of you in this audience and perhaps on the council to find the way to do that. First of all, home rule. We've experienced the governor, and I mentioned this last time, we've experienced the governor and the attorney general bullying our community. There's no question about it. Promoting a law that's detrimental to us and then punishing us if we don't comply. We tacked on punishments. That's a bad law, and the enforcers are even worse. Now, you may say that that's okay and that we should all just bow down and be subservient to that. But I, for one, am not ready to do that tonight, and I think there are a lot of communities that are going to also talk about this in the future. This is not going to be over. 2, paper compliance. I know you all know that this is a housing bill. I can't imagine you would think that if we didn't build any more or develop any more housing under 3A, that the state would say, oh, well, we tried to help you. We don't really want you to build housing. We know that you can't build housing. You don't think that they're not going to ask us to build housing, or you don't think after they've changed this law 5 times, they're going to change it again so that we will build housing under 3A? I think that would be naive. And I'm not sure what you all mean sometimes by paper compliance. We still have 882 as a quote of units. We're not getting credit for that. I don't see where that's written. What we will find is that I happen to live in Seal Harbor, but what you will find is if a person sells their unit, and I know Councilor Aiello completely disagrees with me, but if we are under 3A and that passes, you can't tell me that a developer can't come in and change my unit structure, because under 3A, they are allowed to do that. And they are. So, because I'm the owner. And I think it says pretty clearly that 3A allows that a multifamily housing can be developed as of right should a property owner choose to develop it. In this case, I live in a multifamily, I'm the owner of a condo, and if I choose to sell it to somebody who wants to put more bedrooms in my unit, that's going to supersede the condo docs that say you can't do that. That's my interpretation. 3, the town's future. Some of you think you won't be impacted. In fact, most of you sitting here in Precinct 6, not going to change your property necessarily. Not yet. I have spoken to a lot of residents in Precinct 4 that I represent, not all of them. But the ones I've spoken to are overwhelmingly against 3A. So I do represent their interests. However, many residents outside Precinct 4 also realize the potential detriments to the town. As with flooding or other issues, I consider 3A to be a town-wide issue, not just the communities that are forced into compliance under our current plan. In fact, just to give you some background, when this came out, I thought, great, you know what we can do? I'm going to go to the assessor's office and I'm going to get the plots of land in Seal Harbor and Fort Heath and Governor's Park, and I'm going to give it to Tony, which I did, and say, you know what, Tony? We're going to be able to do this because look at all the development we have. Certainly they're going to give us an exemption because we've already done all of this work. And if we use those plots, that will work. Yeah. I was wrong about my interpretation of that, because indeed that was not the case. We weren't going to get an exemption, and we don't have credit. And I can, in selling in my unit, but also in the CBD, we can build more. Grants. I used to write grants for Emerson College, and I was selected by the federal government to review grants for HEW. That dates my time at Health, Education, and Welfare, now called Health, I don't know what it's called. I do know. It's now called Health and Human Services. It's the same agency. Many federal and state grants require matching funds, and I can guarantee you, if you are a community that can match funds, the more you can match funds, the more likely they are to give you the money. So some grants prioritize communities that show and sustain, that they can sustain the project even after they have been given the grant. So, of course, they're richer. So when you say our money is going someplace else, it's important in the way we write these grants. And as an example that was already given, in the Biden administration, we did get $7 million for the TIP project, and we spent about 4.5. So we really need to know what we want. Because when you think about going after a grant, you better know that this is something we desperately need, and we are willing to fund it, and we are willing to make sure it works even after that grant money is gone. So I think that's a really important consideration. I know that Cheryl McCormick is working on many projects to improve Winthrop. She just did a great job with Harbor Master. She doesn't come with grant experience, but she's gearing up for the task. And as Tony told me, she has a lot on her plate, but when she has time, she'll work on grants as time permits. Grants are important. I know. And I think you all feel that if we can get them, of course, we deserve them. But I want you to go back and think about what I just said. You have to show that you can sustain it. You have to show that you really need it, because we're going to put money in it. So that's an important consideration. And overall, grants will not save us. At least they haven't in the past. I don't think they will in the future. We have 2 court cases, and I know that many of you think that, oh, well, we don't have a chance. But we have more data than most others that went into court about this. We are denser, and we have, and also, for us, this is an unfunded mandate. So at least let's see. At least, you know, we have people that have worked on this, and it's worth going to court to find out, and before you say yes, at least. And as Peter Gill says over and over again, say no. You can always change your mind later to a yes vote. But once you say yes, you can't do it again. You can't go back. So I will be a no vote on this.
Thank you. Vice President Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to belabor the points that have been made tonight and over the past year and a half. We know the risks of noncompliance and a lot of the concerns from folks who do not want to comply are incredibly valid. I don't think we can handle another 882 units. Our schools can't, our infrastructure can't, our public safety can't. But that's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at a plan that legitimately does not add any housing. I understand that there is a belief that it will come down the line. I'm not sure what mechanisms the state would have to mandate building in a town. I don't know, no one's been able to explain to me how you would get from zoning for a 3A district to the state forcefully having building done in those overlays. It's not just about grant funding, it's about exposing ourselves to litigation from the state. That is incredibly costly and time-consuming. This has already taken up a year and a half, at least, of our time as a community. I don't want to see any more of our administration's time, the council's time, and the public's time going to this when we have a plan that the planning board astutely created that meets compliance without impacting the town. This is also about the oath we've taken. It's been brought up several times. Our oath was to uphold the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That's what it was. We all raised our right hand. We all took the oath. A lot of us right in this room here. I take that oath very seriously. We live in a country where we can push back and we can make changes to laws, but there are processes for that. This is, to equate it to things like civil rights movement, things like this, I think is inappropriate, right? This is about zoning. This is not about individual rights to go and live their life in a way that is equivalent to everybody else's. I think that's a really harmful way to view this. There are ways to challenge this. There certainly are, and I would support that. But non-compliance is not the way forward. This is a leadership issue for the council, and myself and my colleagues up here have a tough job at times where we have to make tough decisions. The easiest thing to do would be to agree with the people who come in and yell and laugh at you and push and push and push. But it's a little bit harder to do the unpopular thing because it's right, it's lawful, and it's necessary. So the path forward from tonight is uncertain in both directions, right? We don't know exactly what it looks like to comply or to not comply, but we do know that this law has been deemed constitutional and that the Attorney General can take punitive action against us. That paired with the potential loss of grant funding, which I understand these are not guaranteed dollars, but to take our chance from potential money to absolutely no chance is not a risk I'm willing to take. So for these reasons, I'm going to be voting to comply with the plan.
Thank you, Vice President Belcher. I don't know if getting to go last is good or bad, but We've been, as Vice President just stated, we have been dealing with this for the past year and a half, and it's, again, as been said before, has been very divisive to our town, families, friends, neighbors, and such. I just want to address a few things. We've talked about flooding a lot, as has the council. We would never do a project like Tileston, Girdlestone, Pico and use enterprise fund monies or stabilization fund monies. That's just not the way it works. It would be done either through a grant and a debt exclusion. You can't drain stabilization to do one-time projects like that. It would never happen. Our stabilization, as the council stated, is a little over $7 million, which is very good when you look at our bond rating, the percentage of stabilization we have. Again, it's been done by our finance team, and we thank them for that. But you would never drain that money to do a project. We've committed to doing Tileston, Girdlestone, and Pico, and we will do that. And it will be done in part through money that we've raised for the first 3 stages and then the 4th stage, and then we will have a decision to make as to how we pay for it. And it would be through either a grant, if we were fortunate enough to get a grant from the state, and that potentially could be in jeopardy here, right? But maybe it's a $8 million project and maybe you got a $1 million grant. You still have to pay $7 million. That $1 million is great. It helps the town, it helps the taxpayers. $1 million on a debt exclusion for the average house in Winthrop is $18.21 a year. So that's what's at risk there. We talked about bonding bills. It's been discussed on bonding bills. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in bonding bills. The way you get that money is the governor happens to dish out some money. Very small percentage of those funds get dished out on a year-to-year basis. We have obviously looked into those funds. I mean, we were incredibly fortunate that we had the Speaker of the House who resides in Winthrop and still does, and he was very helpful to us over a number of years. We don't have that type of leverage anymore. We have representatives who are trying their best to do what they can. It's just obviously not the same pull that we've had. I've heard discussion about oaths. We've taken an oath. We took an oath 2 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever that happens to be. I took an oath 20 years ago to myself and my family to never let politics interfere with my integrity on decisions I make, and I stand by that oath. There are no guarantees on grants. We all know that, and it's been said by yes and no people up here. We know it's not a guarantee, but yet we continue to talk about it. We talked about infrastructure. Our DPW director over the past 12 years has done an incredible job. We have roughly 48 miles of infrastructure under our feet. And we talked about, Councilor Tassinari talked about how great it was to take that small stretch of 75-year-old pipes. The fact of the matter is, we still have 65% or more of that infrastructure is 75 years or older. And that's what the amazing work that we have been able over the past dozen years to fix close to 10 miles of that infrastructure. We still have a long way to go, and thank you to the DPW director for that. You know, we talk about density, and you know, everybody agrees we're a very dense community. I talk often about the population of the town, 19,000, we all talk, 19,000 people, and again, I look at the schools, love the schools, huge supporter of the schools, and I look at the schools, and this year we had one of the biggest graduating classes we've had in the last dozen, and that's roughly 145 kids. And then I look back to the 80s and say the graduating classes in the 80s were 275, 290, 260, and in the 80s, we had the same 19,000 people that lived in the town. And I look at that, and it gets me very nervous. It means, which is not a bad thing, we're an aging population, right? There's not as many kids in the town. But that is cyclical, and it will come back. I mean, that's just what happens. And you look at, we're incredibly fortunate, again, to the citizens because they paid their dues, and they voted for 3 overrides, 3 debt exclusions to build 3 beautiful schools. Gorman Fort Bank School was built for $475, and right now it has 522 as of the end of June. The Arthur Cummings School was built for $450, and it's at $479 right now. the middle high school just done 8 years ago. It was built for $960, and there's 1,006 in there. Now, does that mean we need new schools tomorrow? No. Back to the class sizes and continue with a huge development. You come back to the class sizes of the 80s or even early 90s, definitely the 70s. And there is no class space. We talk about bringing music back and bringing more of the arts back and bringing more AP classes and stuff back. Even if we have the money, we don't necessarily have the space. So again, it goes to, are we willing potentially to pay an extra $18 to fix a flooding issue? Or are we looking potentially at, here's building a new high school for $500 million? But and we've been long, and we all appreciate your patience and being there to listen to us and different opinions, but I do believe we all care about the town. I go back, and it was said earlier tonight, and I said it last week, is I go back to the intent of the law. The intent of the law is not about flooding, it's not about affordability, it's about creating more units. That's the intent of the law. So if we all think that we are going to make a plan that is potentially 0 units, and we think the state is gonna love us for that and give us tens of millions of dollars in grants, something's wrong with that picture. You don't get, one thing I think most of us have learned in life is nothing is for free. Everything comes with a cost. Is there a cost to saying no? Potentially there is. But we don't know if that's the right decision or wrong decision. But right now, I feel it's the right decision. Is it possible? None of us know. None of us have a crystal ball. We don't know what the future can bring. But I do know that nothing is guaranteed. There is a cost of all of our actions, whether it's yes or no. And I believe the best thing for this town is to vote no on this project, to see how the process is going to continue. We thought we voted in November, and we thought that was the end of the issue. Now it's June, and we're voting again. And very likely, regardless of how we vote tonight, maybe finally the citizens will get a chance to vote and put it to rest. But I will be, as I've stated since January of 2024, I don't think it's the right thing for Winthrop. It's a bad law. There are laws in the federal government that states are not complying by. And that's their rights. We've talked about rights. They have the right to do that. And we have the right to do this. So thank you all again for your patience. We will move this to a vote. We have a motion. It's been seconded. A yes vote would comply with the planning board's recommendation. A no vote would not comply. You need 5 yes votes. I will ask for a roll call, please.
Council Aiello.
Yes.
Council DeMarco.
No.
Council Costigan.
No.
Council Tassinari.
Yes.
Council Swope.
No.
Council DeRoss.
Yes.
Vice President Belcher.
Yes.
President Lettieri.
No.
I vote.
I vote 4-4. The motion does not pass. Moving on. You guys are lucky you get to leave now. We still got half the meeting left. Council vote to adopt 2 sections of the HEROES Act. Councilor DeRoss.
Thank you, Council President. Motion from Town Manager Marino. I move the Town Council vote to adopt 2 sections of the HEROES Act or take any other action thereto. I'll just read the 2 sections of the motion. Adjusted exemption amount, Clause 221. The motion that the Town of Winthrop accept Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5. Clause 221, which authorizes an annual increase in the amount of the exemption granted under the Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22, 22A, 22B, 22C, 22E, and 22F by the percentage increase in the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Price Index for the previous year as determined by the Commissioner of Revenue, to be effective for applicable exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2025. Second motion, optional additional veteran exemption clause 22J, that the town of Winthrop accept General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22J, which authorizes an annual increase in the amount of the exemption granted under General Laws 59, Section 5, Clause 22, 22A, 22B, 22C, 22E, 22F, by 40% of the personal exemption amount, subject to the conditions in Clause 22J, to be effective for applicable exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st. This came out of subcommittee with a positive recommendation.
This came out of committee with a positive recommendation, does not require a second. Again, has been stated by our Veterans Affairs Office, Mr. Ronan, members of the Finance Committee. This is an incredibly worthy ask, and I ask for everyone's support. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counsel Aiello.
Yes.
Counsel DeMarco.
Yes.
Counsel Costigan.
Yes.
Counsel Tassinari.
Yes.
Counsel Swope.
Yes.
Counsel DeRoss.
Yes.
Vice President Belcher.
Yes.
President Lettieri.
Yes. Motion passed. Councilor DeRoss.
Thank you, Council President. Next motion is regarding unpaid bills of a prior year. Motion from Manager Marino. I move the Town Council vote to authorize unpaid bills of a prior year to be paid from the current year departmental budgets as noted below, or take any other action thereto. There is a listing of 10 separate items totaling $4,742.28, and this came out of subcommittee with positive recommendation.
All right, coming out of committee with a positive recommendation, does not require a second. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counsel Aiello.
Yes.
Counsel DeMarco.
Yes.
Counsel Costigan.
Yes.
Counsel Tassinari.
Yes.
Counsel Swope.
Yes.
Counsel DeRoss.
Yes.
Vice President Belcher.
Yes.
President Lettieri.
Yes, motion passes. Councilor DeRoss.
Thank you, Council President. Next motion from Town Manager Marino regarding year-end closeout transfers. I move that the Town Council vote to transfer $75,000 from the below general fund appropriation to the below revolving funds to assist in closing out fiscal year 2025, or take any other action thereto. The funding source is the Pension Appropriation Fund. The amount to transfer is $75,000. The destination of the funds is the Pauline Street Revolving Fund. This came out of subcommittee with positive recommendation.
Again, coming out of committee with a positive recommendation, does not require a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counsel Aiello.
Yes.
Counsel DeMarco.
Yes.
Counsel Costigan.
Yes.
Counsel Tassinari.
Yes.
Counsel Swope.
Yes.
Counsel DeRoss.
Yes.
Vice President Belcher.
Yes.
President Lettieri.
Yes. Motion passes. Councilor DeRoss.
Final motion from Town Manager Marino. This is regarding year-end general fund interbudgetary transfers. I move that the Town Council vote to modify the following general fund budgets to facilitate the June 30, 2025 closing of the 2025 fiscal year, or take any other action relative thereto. There is a listing of roughly a dozen individual funding sources: Town Council Reserve, Personnel, Legal Services, Purchase Services, Regional Dispatch, Essex Agricultural School, Property Insurance, Pension Appropriation, Salt Storage Shed, Pico Park, Senior Center Trim, Enterprise Fee Study, Public Waste Stairs. Total is $598,145.13. The same amount is destined to the following: personnel for town manager, personnel association, overtime for fire, repair maintenance vehicles for fire, Northeast Regional Voc, snow ice manpower, snow removal supplies, school choice sending tuition, charter school sending tuition, workers' comp, retiree health insurance, OPEB, Medicare for the town, and a town building rehab upgrade. Came out of subcommittee with positive recommendation.
Coming out of committee with a positive recommendation, does not require a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, other, roll call, please.
Counsel Aiello.
Yes.
Counsel DeMarco.
Yes.
Counsel Costigan.
Yes.
Counsel Tassinari.
Yes.
Counsel Swope.
Yes.
Counsel DeRoss.
Yes.
Vice President Belcher.
Yes.
President Lettieri.
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you, Councilor DeRoss. Short-term rentals, I believe we're going to put off one more meeting.
Yep, they are with the town attorney right now for a final review.
Okay. New business. New appointments, reappointments. I have a list of reappointments. We could take these all at once. Reappointment, Town Council accepts the reappointments made by Town Council President Lettieri for the following committees for a term of 3 years, or take any other action relative thereto. Beautification Committee, Ken Goodwin. Board of Registrars, Paul Reardon. Citizens Advisory on Finance, William Galt. Commission on Disabilities, Carla Murphy. Constable, Thomas Schlichting. Council on Aging, Kathleen Driscoll and Cynthia Huff. Cultural Council, Nellie Kurtz and Karen Blake. Scholarship Committee, Wendy Millar Page and Caitlin Zelaya. Tree Committee, Tim Duplin and Joanne Hillman. Is there a motion? Motion by Vice President Belcher.
Second.
Second by Councilor DeMarco. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Discussion that was asked to come on the agenda for discussion on the May 20th, 2025 council meeting minutes. Councilor Tassinari.
Sure. We approved the minutes for May 20th that had Councilor DeMarco absent. That would have been his third absent in 6, triggering the abandonment clause. I maintain that he was absent, though he may have, according to the video and to our clerk, shown up on Zoom. However, he didn't sign in until 7:30 or 7 p.m., was not properly announced at the beginning of the meeting, which is a requirement to hold a hybrid open meeting law. It's also a requirement to hold all votes that are hybrid by roll call, of which Councilor DeMarco shows up in no votes that evening. And it's also a requirement for any voting member to be clearly audible to both the members of the public and the members of the council. And Councilor DeMarco was not clearly audible to me personally, nor I think anyone else on the council. And really going back to December 17th, when we gave both Councilor DeMarco and Councilor Ross a pass on the abandonment clause, and we all agreed at that time that we would take attendance more seriously, that we would take decorum more seriously, and that we would enforce that abandonment clause. And so, as we have approved minutes for the 20th, that Councilor DeMarco also voted on himself being absent. Council President voted on him being absent. Unanimously passed on May 20th. It should be recorded as an absence.
All right. I will say a few things on this right now. It has been shown that Councilor DeMarco was on the meeting via Zoom, was unable, from my understanding from the town clerk, unable to be made a panelist, did not sign on either through mistake or whatever until 7:02, I believe it was, and was logged on for 38 minutes. I asked the town clerk immediately following the meeting if Councilor DeMarco was on, and she informed me he was. Councilor Tassinari brings up the Zoom meeting laws, which were, I think, passed in November. And I'll be the first to admit, I haven't followed them in terms of making sure that that we're taking all voice votes on all, and to make sure that the councils are heard. So we will make sure we are following that when we are meeting at the Harvey Room in the future. The fact of the matter is, we talked about attendance, and we did discuss this in December. And we said we want to, and we should, and every councilor should, take attendance as seriously as humanly possible. From January till the last council meeting, assuming, let's assume Councilor DeMarco was not at that meeting when the evidence shows he was, he would have had 4 absences, Councilor Aiello 3, Councilor DeRoche 3, Councilor Costigan 1. I don't think that's still a great attendance policy for any of them, including Councilor DeMarco. And Councilor DeMarco contributes when he's here, made good contributions tonight, and I believe, well, I know he was on that call. Was he on for the full time? No. Looking back at our charter and at our council rules, there is no designation of what constitutes attendance. Do I think it should be? You should be at the roll call, you should be at the meeting, and you should be there for the full meeting? Yeah, I do. I'd be willing to stipulate right now that attendance is in person only. I don't think I would win that vote. But the fact of the matter, he was there, and I am going to make a motion to alter those minutes to show that Counselor, by the current standards, and we have yet to change them or even talk about changing what attendance means, but by the current standards, he was at that meeting and proven to be so. So I would make a motion to change the minutes of that meeting to show Counselor DeMarco as present. That motion to go forward would require a second.
I second that.
There's a second by Counselor Costigan. Is there any discussion on that motion? Counselor, Vice President Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to confirm, the vote on those minutes was did you vote in favor of the minutes as they originally?
I didn't look at it, to be honest.
I think everyone, I think we have made that point that it was voted unanimously.
I just want to make sure Counselor DeMarco hadn't abstained and I didn't miss it.
There's a Counselor Ayala.
Well, I think we need to be a bit more careful here because, not for this particular notion, but for everything we do around here. We've had some verbal assertions, but there's no presentation of evidence. I think it's important for the council to see the documentation in writing. Secondly, when this issue came up, I sent an email to the town clerk, the town councilor, and the entire council, suggesting we do a number of things here. Number one, make sure we understand not just our own laws and the sufficiency of our own laws, but I also requested a review of state regulations related to this. Because I remember when I was on the state board and remote went into effect, that there were rules that clearly came down from the Secretary of State's office, I believe, that's where it came from, that was tantamount to evidencing that you were participating remotely. I've had the experience in this town. We sort of have a peninsula mentality, which is great in some ways, but I can just tell you, as recently as 12 years ago, a tree was cut down across the street from me. It was rather healthy. And I went in to talk to people about the tree being cut down, and I said, you know, we violated the notification requirements. And the answer I got from someone who's no longer here was, oh, there's nothing in the town rules and ordinances. Completely unaware that there was a state law that governed the action, right? So we don't always, and I'm not expecting perfection. I'm not a perfectionist. I mean, I make mistakes all the time. But I think it's important for us to fully document what before voting on this thing, let's see what the state rules are. Let's see how it corresponds to what's in the town rules and ordinances. Modify the rules and ordinances if necessary, adopt it, but also present the physical evidence that you all are representing about Councilor DeMarco's attendance. So not particularly to vote on Councilor DeMarco, but to understand how we're going to proceed in the future. Because either we have a set of rules that are very, very clear and not murky, or it's an unenforceable thing. And I think it would be a shame if we don't have an enforceable code about attendance.
So, Councilor Ayala, can I just ask, would you care to use your council privilege? This is just coming before us to put it off till the next meeting, we could get further
In order
documentation.
to achieve these things, yes.
So
If we can get a written report from,
Councilor Ayala has used his council motion to put it off for one meeting. This will be on the agenda at the next meeting.
thank you for helping me out with that.
All right, review of candidates and vote to appoint precinct 2 counselor for the term date to expire 12/31/25. We have 2 candidates that have put in letters of interest, Karen Chavez, Michael Kinlan. Also, at this time, potentially, in the way we've done this in the past, counselors can nominate anybody, other than obviously those 2, but anyone they choose to. Assuming there would be 2 candidates nominated, we'll give the candidates an opportunity. If they have any remarks they would like to give, I will do the same thing that we just did with 3A. We will try to hold it to 5 minutes per counselor for this time. And we will do the same procedure that we did. We'll start with Councilor Vaiello, go down to the end, and end with Vice President and myself. We will then take a vote. You need 5 votes to be confirmed. At that time, if somebody was to... I'm in precinct 2. Excuse me, you can't talk right now, Skip. We had public comment, Skip. You can't talk right now, but thank you. We will take a vote on the council. Again, either candidate needs 5 votes. At that point, if somebody did receive 5 votes prior to the next council meeting, they would be sworn in and they would serve on the council through the end of this year. If the vote is, if somebody abstains and it's 4-3, it still doesn't win. It's a majority, it doesn't win, you need 5 votes. If it's 5-5, we will continue with discussion between the councilors. It could be, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever we choose, we would re-vote. If that happens once or twice, it will be deemed by the chair that there is no winner, so to speak, no one appointed, and that seat would remain vacant. So I will first open it up for nominations, and then we'll go into see what candidates we actually have nominated. So is there a nomination? Councilor DeMarco?
And nominate Karen Chavez.
All right. And again, how we have done this in the past, if we want to vote on nominations, that's fine. Usually if somebody's nominated, their name is in the hat. Would we have another nomination? Councilor Tassinari.
I'd like to nominate Michael Kinlan.
Okay, so we have the 2 candidates that have put in letters of interest. Do we have any other candidates? Any other candidates, not on these 2 candidates? We have no other candidates, so we will close nominations. Now, I will ask, since you're at the microphone. I will give
Mr.
you
President,
an opportunity.
would you want me to speak and then bring the microphone to Ms. Chavez?
No, please, decorum.
I'm here,
We've done a
right.
pretty good job. You're here, the floor is yours to just make a brief statement if you'd like.
Okay. Mike Kinlan, Precinct 2. Is there a time limit? It's late. I don't want to keep anyone any later than we have to.
Not a time limit. I would use your time.
Brevity is the soul of wit, right? As they say. Okay. Hi, everybody. Council President. I'm Mike Kinlan, Precinct 2. And I believe that Lee called me a young man earlier, and I am, I guess, relatively speaking, a young man. I'm 40 years old. I live here in Winthrop on the corner of Morton and Fairview with my wife, Megan, who's here also, our daughter, Beatrice, who's 7. I've been a resident of Winthrop for 12, going on 13 years. Been active in the community, active in front of this council for some time now, and I am seeking the appointment as well as the actual Precinct 2 seat in the election this fall. A little bit about me. I work in very high-end custom menswear. I run a showroom. We'll do close to $1 million in sales this year. It's basically me running the ship. I've been doing this for the better part of 12 years. Before that, I was a high school English teacher for 3 years. Before that, I was at Emerson College at the same time Ms. Swope was, Counselor Swope was, studying English, or as we called it there, writing, literature, and publishing. And at that same time, I was, for the most part, playing in bands, touring the country, Europe, all over, which is to say, like the The Johnny Cash song, I've been everywhere, man. Yeah. I have literally been everywhere. I've seen a lot of cities. I've been a lot of places. I've been across the country 6, 7 times in a van and back. Stayed a lot of places, saw a lot of beautiful things. Winthrop is the place that I love. And Winthrop is the place that I call home. And I don't want to live anywhere else. And as a matter of fact, I'm never going to live anywhere else. This is where I'm at. A bit about my history with Winthrop. Going back, my great-grandmother Marjorie Kinlan moved here, would have been roughly the 1930s. She raised my grandfather Jack and his sister Mary were raised here, graduates of Winthrop High School, former associates of Mr. Gill here. My grandfather Jack was. And both of my parents grew up here, and I did not. Right around 1987, might have been 1988, they moved us to Winthrop, to Methuen, where they could afford to buy a house at the time. So I, unlike all my cousins, grew up outside of Winthrop. Turned 18, immediately moved back to Boston, and it wasn't long until I ended up renting an in-law suite at my parents' friend's house, and we never left. We bought a house, and I stayed again. We're never leaving. We love it here. We love the community. We love the people. We love our friends. We love just everything about it. And it's always stated that, you know, you go a half a mile to the east, or you go a half a mile to the west, or you go a half a mile to the north. It's not the same vibe in East Boston. It's not the same vibe in Revere. Winthrop has the vibe that we all love. And it's somewhat inexplicable because it means different things to different people, depending on what generation that you're from. But the thing that unites us all, right, is that wherever we're coming from, whether it's, you know, just from work or you're back from a trip, when you cross that bridge, you feel like you're home, right? And that is the thing that we all share. I am in awe of Ms. Chavez's service, in absolute awe of Ms. Chavez's service. I am not here as a competitor in any meaning whatsoever. I'm here simply throwing my hat in because I'm running for this seat. I felt that it would show my true intentions, my intent to work, to do the work that this council needs to do and fight for what I feel needs to be fought for if I was going for the seat. And I made that intention clear to everybody, and I've had the, you know, good luck of speaking to all of the councilors here, great conversations that I had with everyone. And I'm very earnest in that intent. The families my age that I meet and I talk to have a lot of concerns about the future. And that's the thing that we all talk about when we talk about, it's not just the present, but when we talk about Winthrop, we don't just talk about the 5-year plan, we talk about the 20-year plan, the 30-year plan. Where is Winthrop going to be in 30 years? Because there's people in this room, you may have bought your house in around 1995, or maybe it was even earlier than that, but we're in 2015, that's 30 years, blink of an eye, right? 1995 to 2025. I remember now, 1 minute I'm in my room listening to Smashing Pumpkins, the next minute I'm standing here in front of you. It's crazy, 30 years, blink of an eye. So that planning has to start now. And those concerns have to be voiced now. And those needs have to start being met now. And I get a little bit of hesitation when, you know, somebody says, you know, the people my age are the future of this town, but we have to start stepping up, and we have to start doing what we think is right for the town. And there was a fantastic bit of banter in the Ordinance Review Committee several weeks ago, where everybody was sort of trying to figure out how to get more people to step up. Do we shrink the council in this way? Why is it that we can't get more people stepping forward? And there comes a time where, as a citizen, as a homeowner, as a parent of a Winthrop Public School student, you feel that imperative to come forward. And a lot of people told me I'm walking into the lion's den. A lot of people told me it was a suicide mission. And again, I have the utmost respect for everything Ms. Chavez has done. I honor her, and I hope to learn from her. I think it's incredible. I think it's something that we can all be in awe of. But I would have, if Mr. Gill stood up and said he wanted to get back in, I'd still be here. If Dean Winthrop was raised from the dead and said he was going to run, I would still be here, because in my heart, I feel like I have to step up and I have to fight for everything I think is right, and to be specific, more specific, my neighborhood, Morton Street. And you've all seen me here talking about this neighborhood very, very many times. I've been here talking about the neighborhood. And I told them I'm going to do everything I can to get you what you need and to fix this for you and to fix it for you as quickly as possible. And I am trying to keep that promise, and I'm trying to keep the promises that I've made to my kid and all the other kids, that we're going to raise them in a town that is not just solvent, not just getting by, but doing great things and finding opportunities and building on those opportunities and making Winthrop better than it ever was. And that's the idea, and that's what I want to do. And I'm happy to field any questions, or do we pass off?
We're gonna pass off to
Okay,
Karen, and
great.
we'll-
Bring her the mic.
If you'd like.
Do you want the mic, Karen? Okay. No, you don't have to.
You're all set, Mike. You don't.
Okay.
You're all set.
Cool.
Did you have?
I don't think I have to say anything. I think you all know me. I was born and brought up in this town. I live at 63 Lincoln Street, the same house I've lived in for 65 years. I know precinct 2. Worked at Winthrop Hospital from the time I was in high school until it closed in 1994. My kids were born here. My grandkids were born here. My grandparents came across the bridge in 1927 from East Boston, and that was a big deal. I bought a house at 14 Belcher Street, where they lived. My parents, when they got married, lived at 271 Winthrop Street. We lived at 34 Bartlett Road until July 16th, 1960, when we moved to the house we live in now. You guys all know me. I don't think I have to tell you what I have to offer.
Thank you. I will again start with Council Aiello, just comments. You don't have to ask questions or anything, but just comments.
Sure. Well, we've got two great candidates. There's no doubt about that. Give us very different choices. Deep appreciation for everything that Ms. Chavez has done over the years is that's not debatable at all. I'm going to be supporting Mike Kinlan, and let me. Excuse me.
Quiet, please.
Thank you.
Council Aiello.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me tell you why. Part of it came out in what he was talking about in terms of his commitment to the future. He's been coming regularly to meetings, and he's one of the people who stays behind after every council meeting and talks and asks questions and wants to know why. As an example, when we talk about climate, how do we end up with this giant liability all of a sudden as things are escalating? He was looking into the nuances of that. As we're talking about mobility, which is another pain that we all live with, so how do we get there and how did that happen? I wanted to know a little bit about the sort of the funny business about the winter bus system and how it took a long time to get a real MBTA bus in this town, and how we migrated there. He's got a very expansionist view of the things that need to be attended to, certainly the budget, certainly the town's finances, but also those strategic things that drive us crazy all the time. And he's a quick learner, and I think if he's voted in to serve for this interim position, for the issues we got to deal with, 3A's done, the budget's done, but for the real policy stuff that's going to come down, which is really forward-looking, he's a much better fit.
Councilor DeMarco.
Yeah, Mike, I'm going to be supporting Karen in this vote, and I feel like I owe you a reason why. Okay, so the learning curve on the town council is longer than anybody knows. I don't think I had a clue what I was doing for the first 8 months. Okay, I totally support you running in November. all right? I think that's a great idea. I'm glad you got involved, but I can't ignore Karen's experience and the fact that she can step on the council day one like we never missed a counselor at all. So my advice, you know, and I don't mean to sound demeaning or anything, my advice would be ramp up your campaign, run in November, and I think I want to give you the best opportunity to succeed. The best thing that happened to me is I ran in 2017 and lost, and that was my best experience running a campaign. You know what I mean? I lost to somebody who I really liked, and, you know, I learned a lot, and as time went on, when I was appointed in 2019, I was a better counselor for that. So that's all I'm saying. So I hope you understand that.
Thank you. Councilor Costigan?
Thank you, Town Council President. Mr. Kinlan, I appreciate your stepping forward under the umbrella of democracy. This is what this is. I commend you for throwing your hat in the ring and wanting to be part of this. So take some gumption. But you're up against a titan here in Karen Chavez. And Karen Chavez, as far as my family is concerned, I know you lived on Belcher Street with the Costigans, my cousins. You worked in the hospital with my cousin Rosemary. You were a nurse with her. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Diana, you as well. But yes, and my mother ran the switchboard as well while you were there as well, Ms. Chavez. And one thing that was always said about you is that you always got it done. That was in that emergency room as well with the nurses, and that's no easy feat. But you were no bones about you. You got the job done, and you've done the same thing for this town in the last 3 to 4 decades, stepping in when that was needed to represent the town and represent the town of Winthrop. You are Winthrop through and through, no question about it, similar to how I operate myself. You will always do what's best for this town, as you have done. And you've worked with the town council president. You've worked with the town council vice president on many, many committees. And I worked with you on the Miller Field committee as well. And again, you were a titan with that whole ordeal as well. So I appreciate your service, and I will be definitely backing your appointment to this council as too.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Tassinari.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Thank you, Mr. Kinlan, for stepping up to fill this role for the next six months till the new councilor is sworn in after the election. There's no question in Ms. Chavez's experience and what she brings to the table. It's an absolute pleasure to work with her and draw on her knowledge at all those budget meetings that we just wrapped up. When I look at the table, I see a lot of experience here. I see a whole lot of a lack of other parents of young children who carry that weight every day, who go along and parents of young children today are dealing with those problems today and are thinking about the next 30 years. Everyone who's a parent had to be at that point in their life. But we've also seen that this council suffers from a lack of foresight, and we saw that with the MWRA settlement 25, 30 years ago now, where, you know, squandering those funds then cost us big now. It's cost us a lot of infrastructure. I prefer to look forward. I prefer to invest in the youth, and I've nominated Mike. I think he'll be a great candidate for the interim. I think he'll be a great candidate to represent Precinct 2 after the election. And that's it.
Councilor DeRoche.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor.
We're faced with an embarrassment of riches. We have two excellent candidates throwing their hat in the ring. And I can tell you, as a new councilor who's been on the council for a year and a half, and I can speak for everybody up here, or any of you who have ever put your hat in the ring for anything, we should commend both Karen and Mike for putting their hats in the ring, putting themselves out there. And I too would just want to say, having spent 8 Thursday nights in the spring on the Finance Commission, which Karen does a great job of coordinating along with Matt Gorkowitz, just a fantastic job. Karen's knowledge of the town, knowledge of finances is strong. She could step into the role and do it. For me, this is about looking ahead to the talents and the skills that we need moving forward. And I've had conversations with Mike and have been really struck by a couple of things. One, for those of you who've attended a fair amount of council meetings, you've heard Mike talk about the situation in Morton Street and the flooding. So Mike and I have had a chance to talk about the Climate Commission's work, and not just his neighborhood, but all of the hot spots around town, about forward thinking around what we need to do around climate policy. Frankly, some shock that he and I both shared. I know when I came to Winthrop and started to serve on the licensing board and learned that a town 90% surrounded by water didn't have a climate commission and no dedicated resources to dealing with climate whatsoever. Whatsoever. Shocking. Shocking. So what I like about you, Mike, is that you have not only a vision for the future, a commitment to do what we need to do, not only with climate, but also with the schools. You were very active during the school override campaign, and had a very personal passion about it as well. I look at some of your qualifications, and for those of you who may not know Mike, you may know that when folks submit a letter of interest, they will sometimes submit a resume as well, which Mike did. He mentioned it earlier that he owns a small business. I think for the small business community, yes, yes.
Okay.
I think the small business community and the owners of the small businesses in the town, just as President Lettieri served as he owned his small business for many years, there's something to be said for having someone who owns a small business currently and faces the challenges of that and can understand that when it comes to growing our small business community here. I see also lots of experience in working with everything from marketing campaigns to budgets to software and systems. Lots of IT needs here in this town. We could use that expertise, which we've talked about on the Finance Commission many times. So I see a lot in you, and I personally think that there is no better way for a counselor to hit the ground running in November and January than to start in the position now. You're a fast learner, and I appreciate all the help that I have had from all the experienced counselors sitting up here in my 1.5 years on the council, and I think if you were appointed, you would look forward to getting support from us to help you get up to speed as well. So I'll be supporting Mike for this. Thank you.
Councilor Swope.
Thank you both for submitting your names. I had a great conversation with Mr. Kinlan. He told me that he had time to work because of his job flexibility. And he was passionate about the solving of problems, particularly the flooding. And he has a child in Winthrop Public Schools. And just as an aside, Councilor Tassinari, I may not be a parent, but I'm a very involved grandparent, and I care very much about these kids. He has roots, family roots in Winthrop, and he is certainly invested in bringing together the folks in the town. And he will be running for Precinct 2 in the fall for the 4th-year term. Ms. Shavitz was also born in Winthrop. Those who worked with her as a nurse sing her praises, and she's certainly well known for her commitment. She served on about 25 committees. Her in-depth knowledge of the town is unparalleled. Well, perhaps Mr. President, Council President Lettieri knows something also. But she stood on the side, and everybody has said this in the comments, on the side of fairness and decency. She's demonstrated her leadership time after time. She's made the hard decisions and she knows how to make them, and she knows enough about the town to know when to make them. So that's a real plus on her side. I've read all of your letters of support, both Ms. Shavitz and Mr. Kinlan's. The overwhelming number of letters support Ms. Shavitz, but even more importantly, I can't tell you how of the passion by which people talked about Ms. Shavitz. Karen was supported based upon the knowledge she had about the town, the commitment that she's made to her town, her logical and balanced approach to the work she's done, which was all volunteer. 25 committees, that's a lot of time. One citizen summed it up beautifully. Karen is known for her honesty, fair-mindedness, and steadfast commitment to doing what's right. He goes on to say, vote for proven leadership, grounded in experience, guided by principle, and committed to the future of the community. By the way, many of you wrote that you wanted a fresh face. Well, the irony of this is Councilor DeRoss is a fresh face. Councilor Tassinari is a fresh face. And we're all new to the Winthrop town government, all three of us. We have new on the council, unless, of course, you're talking about age, which I'm sure you're not. What we do not have with our fresh faces is a lot of experience in serving Winthrop town government, which only comes from doing the actual work. And I do support Ms. Shavitz for this interim person with experience who's balanced, knowledgeable, kind, smart, and can be a leading force in these difficult times. She knows how to get the work done, which is, in this interim, Mr. Quinlan, I know you can learn this material. It's just that I've gone to every council meeting for about a year and a half. It's a tough job, and it will take you some time to gear up. So please continue to come to council meetings if this does not go your way. I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that you're running for council in term 2, precinct 2 for a council representative. So, but my vote for this interim position will definitely go to Ms. Shavitz.
Thank you. Vice President Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Karen does have an undeniable record of service. I spend a lot of my evenings in the Harvey Room in committee meetings with Karen and have for the past 4 years almost. Before that, I did work with her at early voting in the 2020 general election. It is a resume that can't be denied, that is for sure. I also sit in the ORC meetings and listened in on those in the last round of that about how to get more people to run and step up and get new voices, new faces, new eyes on things. And I think that we have a unique opportunity here when we look at where we are in the cycle of the year. We've just passed the budget. Karen is an undeniable pillar in the municipal finance world. So I think if this timing were different, that experience would be paramount. But I think right now is a really great opportunity to give an additional person their chance at stepping up. And what better way to give the Precinct 2 voters an opportunity to see.
Excuse me.
To see what Michael Kinlan is about and wants to do. I think this is a great opportunity, and I think we're very fortunate to have Karen involved in the Firehouse Building Committee as it stands right now, in CAFC, as that comes forward. But for this temporary appointment, I'll be supporting Michael Kinlan.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a public comment after this, not for this. Yes. Well, not after the vote, but further down the road. Okay. So it seems like by all accounts, I met with Mr. Kinlan for coffee a handful of weeks back, and it seems like we have two great people as candidates. And without any disrespect, we don't have two great candidates. We have two great people, but not necessarily two great candidates at this time. It's, you know, some of this is going to be repetitive, but I will, because I was asked by our state representative to read a letter into the record, and I will. Dear President Lettieri and members of the Winthrop Town Council, I write as a 21-year resident of Precinct 2 to urge you to select Karen Chavez to fill the current vacancy in Precinct 2. I've known Karen for nearly 15 years. She has proven herself as a valued member of our community. She has served as an election warden, a member of the town's finance commission, an advisor and confidant to nearly every town council president, including myself in 2010 and 2011. Since our current form of government was adopted, and many other areas of civil involvement. Karen has been a forceful advocate for keeping Winthrop on sound financial footing and into keeping moving Winthrop forward. I am not aware of another resident of our beautiful town who has served for as long as she has and across so many areas of our municipal government. I recognize that this election is getting bogged down into the proverbial pro-3A and anti-3A vote. That is both regrettable and lamentable. On the merits alone of her candidacy, Karen should prevail 8-0. Yet 3A and its related politics have infected the town council, as shamefully evidenced in the last couple of meetings, and to appear to have done so in filling this vacancy. I urge you to use your good and fair judgment, cast aside 3A politics, and vote for Karen Chavez to fill the remainder of Councilor Munson's term. At a time of the continued coarsening of our public dialogue and politics, Karen Chavez is the epitome of a respectful, thoughtful, and engaged citizen. I urge you to do right by Winthrop and the residents of Precinct 2 and elect Karen Chavez. So that was signed by our representative, Jeffrey Turco. I will repeat some stuff that's been said. Karen, first of all, I just learned that Karen moved her house on Lincoln Street July 16th, 1960. That was 9 days before I was born at Winthrop Hospital, so I don't know if you were waving to me out the window or not. Karen served on, Councilor Swope said 25, actually 26 committees. Not going to go over them all, but I will say she's the only member of the public that served on 3 town manager committees. She's the only member of the public, along with, I believe, Kurt Millar, who has served on 3 ORC committees. She has served on multiple site councils, I think was presented earlier in comments. Karen's a person with zero political agenda. A person with more integrity than anyone I know. A person that could step in day one and be the most knowledgeable counsel sitting up here by a long shot. A person that doesn't support an override or a debt exclusion just because people tell her to support it. She does the work behind the scenes. She looks at the numbers, and nobody knows them as well. She understands the meaning of an override and what it takes, and you can't just vote blindly, you have to vote with knowledge. You can't just look at a fire station, as much as we haven't built one in over 100 years, and just say, okay, let's build it, let's spend $38 million. She does the work, and then puts in the work. You know, a councilor just mentioned about, you know, the budget's over and that's not important anymore. I don't know. I've been on the council for 20 years. There's not a meeting that goes by that finances aren't discussed, that the budget isn't important. This budget has grown in the last number of years from 30 million to 80 million with enterprise funds. It's incredibly important every single day of the year, not just March through June. But I will say, we did have Finance Commission meetings. I think there were about 11 of them. And Mr. Kinlan wasn't at any of them. At our last council meeting, we voted, and councilors up here said this could be one of the biggest votes we have. It's a budget. It's an $80 million budget. And Mr. Kinlan left the meeting before we discussed the budget. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, people have incredibly busy lives, and they have a lot of stuff going on. But this is a commitment. Mr. Kinlan might be a great counselor in the future. Councilor DeRoss stated, he talked very eloquently, as he always does, and he talked about coming to Winthrop a handful of years ago and got involved on the licensing commission. That's a good thing. Get involved. Mr. Kinlan has never asked to be on a committee, has never asked to be on a board. And we just need, you know, it is a learning curve, and there are many counselors at this table that have told me, and many counselors over the years, that it is a learning curve. Councilor DeMarco mentioned it. And many members of this council and counselors that are supporting Mr. Kinlan have stated at recent meetings that Precinct 2 deserves representation now. Well, they do, but they don't deserve is a learning curve. This is not, you know, we're not going to school here to learn in the next 4 months or 5 months how to be a counselor and give that counselor an edge in the next election at the expense of the residents of Precinct 2 in learning. It's a hard job. We don't agree on many issues, but we, you know, we try to put in the work that's required to do it. There's so much that's involved with being a counselor, and you know, being a counselor for Precinct 2, and I was a counselor for Precinct 2 for 16 years, and I live in the precinct, still live in the precinct, love the precinct, but love the whole town, right? And we've said it 100 times, it's 1.6 square miles. We have precinct counselors, but you're a counselor for this whole town, and you have to understand the issues of this whole town. There is nobody that knows the issues as Karen knows. I can't, you know, we talked about council presidents. Mr. Turco talked about him in his letter, how almost every council president has used Karen as a reference. And I'll go a step further and say, I bet you every town manager we've had has used Karen as a reference. Karen was slighted by this very council 4 years ago when she should have been a counselor. And now we're in the same position again. And are we gonna make the same mistake over again? There is not a person in this community that has done more for our town than Ms. Chavez. We can argue about the merits of 3A, and we had a vote, and it didn't go some people's way, it went other people's way, and this is not even a discussion. I mean, when did qualifications stop mattering? When did hiring somebody that's most qualified for this job stop being important? I thought that's what we wanted. I thought we talk about, we care about the precinct, we care about this, but it's not a learning curve. The learning curve is going out, doing the campaigning, meeting the people, understanding not just flooding issues, understanding all the issues, school issues, finance issues, infrastructure issues, cemetery issues, beach issues, whatever it happens to be. There's so much involved in this job, and just to give it to someone as a learning curve is just it's a disgrace. But I'll stop it with that, and I will do this. We have 2 candidates. We will do a roll call vote. There will be a vote for whatever candidate you like. We'll see how the vote is at the end, and we'll go from there. Town clerk? There is no public comment in this period. We had public comment at the beginning of the meeting. We had people that supported Ms. Chavez, Mr. Kinlan at that point, and that there was a second public comment period after. Town clerk.
Councilor Aiello.
Mr. Kinlan?
Councilor DeMarco.
Karen Chavez.
Councilor Costigan.
Karen Chavez.
Councilor Tassinari.
Mike Kinlan.
Councilor Swope.
Karen Chavez.
Councilor DeRoss.
Michael Kinlan.
Vice President Belcher.
Michael Kinlan.
President Lettieri.
Karen Chavez. All right, we will take, all right, it's 4-4. Do we have any further discussion by anyone on the council? I would just remind the council that they were adamant about Precinct 2 having representation. They were adamant about it. They need representation. So now we're at a point where we seem to be at an impasse. Excuse me, please. We seem to be at a point where we have an impasse, and I guess they're not as concerned about having representation for Precinct 2. So, excuse me, I respect everybody's on edge, whatever. It's been a ridiculously long meeting. We've had 3 very important issues, so let's just try to get through this. Councilor Swope.
I mean, so much of this has already been said. I'm surprised that you all don't, those that are not voting for Karen, don't see that our future really depends upon, right now, those who have really intimate knowledge about this community. You can't, I know, you can't have aspirations. And I think Ms. Shavitz does have aspirations about what this town could look like. And she is very well informed about what could actually happen here, not just what you would like to happen. She's done it. And so I would hope that one of you who have not voted for her would really think about what you've just said and see if you cannot see that in these next few months, we need somebody who is knowledgeable, been on the ground, and can help lead us into some really interesting opportunities.
Any other comment? Councilor Costigan.
Yes, I'd like to echo Councilor Swope's comments as well. Just a pure example of how 3A is affecting the vote here. And, you know, again, I think it's so undeserving that Karen Chavez, again, will not be appointed to this council. I just don't think it's right. So I would hope that maybe the 4 councilors who have a different mindset, one of them may change their mind at some point. But again, another collateral damage at 3A here.
Councilor DeMarco.
I don't necessarily see this as collateral damage from 3A. I see it as having 2 good candidates with different philosophies. Mike is as good of a candidate is. He's even, you know, as I've gotten to know him, he's even a better guy. You know, Karen just has the experience where she can step in right now and from day one probably be the smartest counselor at this table. Mike can run in November and start fresh with a new council come January. You know what I mean? So that's how I look at it, is we have serious problems right now, and there is going to be some, you know, ramp-up period for Mike when he gets on the council, and I do believe you will be up here, okay? But I think Karen, day one, can step in, and we have serious issues, and she can take the lead on them from day one. And that's why I'm voting for Karen Chavez, and I hope somebody who voted against Karen, and I'm saying against Karen, not for Mike, because you know what I'm saying. So, you know, I hope one of you will change your mind so we can get Karen on now, and then Mike will run in November, and he has every chance to take that seat.
Anybody else like to speak? Councilor Duras.
I know that everybody's very tempted to use 3A as the common denominator. I just want to emphasize, we have 2 very qualified candidates who have graciously put their hat in the ring. During Finance Commission, one of the needs that we talked about a lot, that we don't address well in this town sometimes, is someone with IT experience. We don't have an IT department. We don't have an IT committee. We don't have a CIO. Mike Kinlan, as part of his business, collaborate with software developers to build, maintain, and optimize a proprietary ERP system tailored to the business needs. We've had members of the Finance Commission who are solid no's on 3As also vocally say that we need to invest our money and people and talent who have a clue about IT and technology that we can use for data and analytics to make decisions for this town. Excuse me. I think it's a disgrace to Mike Kinlan to say that the only reason some of us may be supporting him is because he happens to support the planning board's plan on 3A. Let's show some respect. This is a qualified man. We happen to have an honest difference of opinion here. I think to be the interim person for the next 6 months representing the precinct he lives in, the precinct he knows very well, the precinct he has articulated their issues today and what their issues will be tomorrow, as well as the rest of the town. I think it's a good opportunity for him to serve his precinct and to serve the town between now and the end of the year, be elected hopefully in November, and serve the town for many years to come. I see somebody in Mike Kinlan that's not just somebody about the next 6 months. I see somebody in Mike Kinlan who could serve this town for a long, long time. Could be the next Karen Chavez. Could be the next Jim Lettieri. I'm looking at him. So please, don't discount the support that you see from some of us for Mike Kinlan to just be because we may see eye to eye on some aspects of 3A. I'll ask for your kind understanding. That is not a singular view or a single justification for supporting him. This is a talented man. This is a business owner. This is a former teacher. I think that offers us a lot as a potential council member. And I would ask my fellow councilors to obviously respect. I've worked with Karen Chavez for 2 months solid for the last 2 years on the budget and see that, experience that talent, that granular knowledge. This has nothing to do with Karen's qualifications. Karen is qualified. I see someone who's also qualified and brings a different skill set and talent set that I think we need for the town going forward, and that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Anybody else? And I'll just end this and we'll do one more vote, but it's been talked about, excuse me, Councilor Tassinari.
Thank you, Mr. President. All I want to say at this point, because there's no one who can say it better than John just did, is this. If we're doing things the same way we were doing them for the last 20 and 30 years, that's not going to be good enough to plan for the next 50 years. It's not going to be good enough. You had your firefighters sitting in a 120-year-old building. We have 120-year-old stormwater drainage that doesn't work properly. We have overpopulated schools, right, already? We just built them and they're already full. They're already over full. What kind of planning was that? What kind of foresight was that? When you had the data from the 70s and 80s that the class sizes were 200 plus kids. If we keep doing things the wrong way, we're never going to bring the town forward and we're not going to be able to survive here on this peninsula. And I think a new perspective, someone who represents an area that's highly affected by the flooding, pictures which we have right in front of us, I think that would be an add to the council, regardless of any learning curve. I think a new perspective, a different perspective is important. I think that doing things the way we've always done them is going to keep us where we are. It's going to keep us falling behind. That's why I'll stick with Mike.
Anybody else? All right, I will say, first of all, Councilor Tassinari over the past several meetings, probably over the last 6 months, always talks about Winthrop on the edge of a financial disaster. And I will say that Winthrop's bond rating is second to the highest it could possibly be. That's the work this council has done, past council has done, and Karen Chavez has done. The MSBA came to us and offered to build buildings for us. They tell us what they will build. We don't tell them. They tell us what they will pay us money for. We talk about financial planning. Karen's on the retirement board, has been on the retirement board for years as the chair of that. Our retirement pension is fully funded, one of the few cities and towns in the state that has been able to do that. And she's a big part of that. This is the time for leadership on this council. This is the time to make a decision that's right for this town. This isn't even a question. We don't have two qualified candidates for this job at this time. We have two good people. We have one qualified candidate. It's amazing. This is a 6-month job. I can't imagine anybody, I don't see qualifications. Everybody's talking about qualifications. There are no qualifications. Being a teacher is not a qualification. It could be learnt upon. It could be a reason to get on the school committee, to get involved, to ask to be on a committee, to get some sort of involvement in the town, to learn the town's budget, to ask questions. And I haven't seen any of that. It's shameful to the residents of Precinct 2, who this council seems to say in one breath that they care so much about, and in the other breath they're willing to go without. So, you know, the time is getting late, and I will ask for one more roll call and see if we change.
President?
There's no more discussion.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Council Aiello.
Mike Kinlan.
Council DeMarco.
Karen Chavez.
Council Costigan.
Karen Chavez.
Council Tassinari.
Mike Kinlan.
Council Swope.
Karen Chavez.
Council DeRoss.
Michael Kinlan.
Vice President Belcher.
Mike Kinley.
President Lettieri.
Karen Chavez. At this point, we're going to declare an impasse, and this seat will not be vacated. I'll tell you, I've been here 20 years. This could be the biggest disgrace I've ever seen. Public comment, we do have, it's been a long night for all of us. We have one round of public comment left. Yeah, if you could just bring the microphone to.
I think it's on. No, it should be on.
No, if you
Oh,
could just.
you want the mic?
Diane Sands, Precinct 5. Couple of things. I was surprised, and I know a lot of people are surprised to see Max vote for this tonight. And I just wanted to ask, I had heard that you had appealed it. You don't have to answer me. And that you won. And I had also heard you were presenting documents to show that, and the reply from the Ethics Committee. Have you done that? Are you planning to do it? Those would be my questions, because I'll be looking. I want to see them.
This is just public comment, but
Yes,
thank you for your
I will be looking. The second thing is, Max, for the past 2 meetings, has attempted to sway, to remove Rob DeMarco, and attempted to sway the balance of the votes. We all know what's going on here tonight. This is not about you see someone swell who has IT experience, which isn't part of the job. It's not on the job description anywhere. We see you saying that very sweetly, and not sweetly, but kindly. We see Max going for someone who can, if he can't get the Rob removed or go to the Attorney General, this is the next move, okay? These are to sway the votes. They want to put Mike on to sway the votes in the future, not for 3A, but for every vote coming up. That, you know, I realize I'm old, you know, and I know I shouldn't be on this council because I'm too old and I don't have any good ideas. I have 4 grandsons, however, that are all went through Winthrop schools and are still in Winthrop schools. So I have some idea of how to live. I owned my own house single. So I have a clue what's going on. This is no surprise, and I just think that we ought to be real clear on what's going on. It's an attempt to put someone in a position that can sway your votes in the future, and that's my opinion. That's all I have to say. Thank you all for your service, and that's it.
Thank you.
Mark
2
Sennett,
minutes.
Precinct 2. I want to just give this to Mr. DeRoss for a second. This is my home. My home, when it floods, is surrounded on 3 sides. Not like Marcy Hamilton, who she gets it in her backyard, okay? That's my home. I have a river in my basement when this happens. She does not. Carlos at the end of the street has 4 feet of water in his basement, okay? So don't sit there and put Marcy Hamilton as the poster child for flooding. I'm the poster child for flooding, okay? It begins on Girdlestone Road. It comes up through the catchment system, and it begins on Girdlestone Road. And we all have to call the police, get them pumping, and we're grateful for that. We are, okay? But to sit here and use this as a political tool to get what you people want on this council is despicable.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt.
Bill Schmidt, Precinct 5. I wasn't expecting to speak tonight, but a couple things. If you're not going to fill this seat, I would recommend that in November you appoint to fill the vacancy at that point whoever wins the election in November. So actually that person would have 2 months to learn some of the process there. Number two, I just also want to make a point that remark was made about Ms. Chavez, no disrespect, but my friend John Munson was appointed to this committee in 2019, did a wonderful job, and so it wasn't a mistake. He's a moron.
Skip.
That's your opinion.
Please. Please. Please.
Skip.
Kathleen.
Hi, Kathleen Capuccio, 49 Waldemar Ave. I wrote it down, which I never do because I'm actually so annoyed and just dismayed. One of the pro 3A councilors stated that councilors who vote no on 3A have to worry about their legacy. Interesting word. I'm very happy this councilor made this statement. The councilor is so sadly missing the point. Most of the councilors that voted no on 3A weren't thinking about their legacy, themselves, their agenda. They were thinking about our community. So, I mean, that was just really telling. Then we had another counselor, you know, again, as one of the counselors talked about oath and your oath of office. Your soapboxes are made of feathers. We have counselors tonight who spoke about the oath that you took. We have a counselor who has been censured, who has verbally assaulted and abused verbally a sitting council person and members of the public. Where is your oath there? I guess that doesn't matter, right? That doesn't matter. We have another counselor who spoke about oath today. She was one of the ones involved in the infamous hijack email with Senator Edwards. Your soapboxes are made of feathers. We see you. Thank you.
Mr. Dowd.
Make sure somebody can hear me. We have, and you have addressed, Jim, you have addressed people in the audience, people that are campaigning, people that are going for the Precinct 2 by name. I'd like to know if it's okay for me to address a council person by name.
No.
Can't do it?
No.
Okay, right. So I can point, right? Thank you. So we have new people on the council. There's one sitting here. There's one sitting right next to him. And the other two that vote yes people relatively new, and we'll just discard the other guy over there. Not worth talking to him or anything he says. My parents lived across the street from the town hall for a combined 110 years. They never entered the building because of meetings just like we're having right now. They didn't want to, they were Charlestown people, and they were Depression kids. And so they knew better about government and who to trust and what to trust and when to trust. Right now, we can't seem to trust these counselors that I'm pointing to right now because they're not representing the people that voted them. They're not representing their precincts. Everybody knows it. There's something going on here. I don't want to discuss it. It's too low. That's why my parents never set foot in the town hall. They knew better. As far as new people are concerned, I don't trust the word you say. I don't trust the word you say. I don't trust the word you say, and I don't trust the word you say. I hope you come to your senses now that you're going to leave Precinct 2 without representation here. And there's plenty of things to discuss. There's probably 50 items in this town right now that need to be taken care of. And we have to come to a meeting like this and come to a stalemate because we can't trust people to represent the people that they're representing. Can't trust them. Can't trust him, her, or him. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, councilors. Talon Cavallo, Precinct 2. I feel very underrepresented right now. The fact that you will leave in Precinct 2 seat empty based on your bipartisan politics and whatever's going on up here is very disrespectful to the town. You talk about qualifications. You want to use a baseball reference, Councilor Oello. You literally have Ted Williams on the bench. You can put her in your council, but you refuse to place her on the council based off your bipartisan politics that are going on here. You don't represent the town. You mentioned IT experience. I have 20 years as IT director of a Fortune 500 company. Do I qualify as a counselor? No, that doesn't make qualifications for a counselor. It's experience. It's being on the committees. It's living in the town. That's the experience. Put her in place. Don't leave the seat empty. Thank you.
Vasily Malios, Precinct 1. Denise, you may want to start using some technology while you're taking your notes, because apparently pen and paper is not good enough. Last week, we heard about how we had to fill the Precinct 2 seat immediately because we had some big decisions to come down. But it's vacant. You have 2 qualified individuals, and you've all said it. I watched it at home putting my child to bed. They're both qualified. Take this back up in the next vote, at the next meeting. You want representation. It sounds like hypocrisy to me with what was said last week. I'd also like to know as to why one member of the town council was able to vote on 3A this evening, but was not allowed to vote back in November because of recusal for being employed by MassDOT. Has the town received any written notification as to why this certain counselor was able to vote tonight, however, was not able to vote in November? And I believe there was someone in Milton that also recused themselves because they were the COO for MassDOT. So I can't understand why one is not similar to the other. So just something that the town needs to be aware of. Another thing is the town talks about revenue. The town of Winthrop had an opportunity 8 to 10 years ago. So for those newer members, let's refresh your minds. The town of Revere in East Boston had the opportunity to put a brand new casino in. It was going to provide Winthrop $2 million annually with additional funds that we would receive. $2 million to be great neighbors. Unfortunately, a group, I believe it was No Casino East Boston or East Boston, everyone should just look it up. Very simple search on the transcript. But that cost us $2 million because that specific group focused on problems with traffic, infrastructure, and crime. So that gets passed through, and now we have 10,000 new units about to go in, and even more traffic than expected. So let's think about, some of our past situations, and I would ask everybody at home, and I know WCAT shut this off, but Google it. See who ran that election campaign against the casino and cost us $2 million annually.
Thank you. Yeah, Gianna. Gianna.
Okay, if I move it. Hi, sorry, again, Gianna Cavallo, Precinct 2. I want to make this very short and very brief. I want to thank everyone for their time again, but also I'm very disappointed that this has truly become political. This has truly become political, and I'm very disappointed because I am also running as candidate for Precinct 2, and my job is to represent my constituents, and I don't feel like some of you have been doing that. A vote for Karen Chavez is a vote among the constituents, and I do not feel like you all have been compliant in that and doing your best to represent your constituents. It's unfortunate. I'm very disheartened. I really, truly am at a loss of words. But please do the right thing in the next vote, and please represent what your constituents want. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Carol Leach, Precinct 1. I am disappointed about the vote tonight to not have Karen Chavez represent. My hope is that all of you would come together and actually say, we want a person who can hit the ground running. I was hoping that you would say, all right, if we are all sitting in a boardroom and we are in the situation room, who do we want? We want a person, I would hope, that has leadership, has done the work, and can step in. And many of you who are new have said Karen Chavez has taught you what you've learned in the last year and a half. So to say that she's coordinated and not give her the credit for the teachings that she's done is disrespectful. So I hope that you will reconsider, open this vote up again for the next meeting and re-vote again. I think Karen is the best candidate. She only wants to do this till November. Why would you not do that and support yourselves to have someone who can do the work and support the community in Precinct 2 who needs representation? I think it's disgraceful tonight, and I can't believe that you couldn't come together once for one vote. I don't know what's going to happen to this council, but you guys got to do something to start working together because you're not representing all of us, and it's a disgrace.
Cassie Woodhouse, Precinct 6. I think decorum was supposed to be on the agenda before public comment, so I just wanted to point that out, and I think there's a real obvious reason why that needs to be on the agenda, maybe every meeting. I think that there's issues with people in the room speaking, and then it also, I'm sure, doesn't convince anyone who's watching at home that they should be coming to the meeting to give public comment. We have an election coming up, and all of the odd-numbered councilors, the president, councilor at large for DeMarco's seat, those are all on the ballot, and everyone at home watching, the feed has been restored, I've heard, so hopefully they're watching again, and they're taking notes about who they want to be leading them, because we need to be led by facts and not feelings, and an understanding of the legal requirements and expectations of the council. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Can I speak from here?
You can. Nope. Just state your name and precinct, Skip, and you're all set. Good to go. Wait, you just have to state your name and precinct.
Precinct 2.
Now you're on.
83 years and 88. What's going to happen now in the interim? My precinct don't have any representation. What's going to happen? It's obvious. You people are not going to come to any kind of agreement on the precinct 2 or Prop 3. It's a Mexican standoff. And it's just obvious. You're not going to come. What's going to happen in my precinct now?
Well, your precinct does have representation through the council president and through the at-large councilors.
We didn't get no vote here tonight.
Well, you had 57 people that voted for support. You had 17 people that voted.
We didn't get no vote here tonight.
You didn't.
We don't have any representation for precinct 2. What don't you understand about that?
It's public comment. Any other public comment?
Are you going to give me an answer?
I can't give you an answer.
Why not?
Because it's public comment. It's not.
I made public comment.
and I appreciate that.
It's Robert's rules, they're not allowed to respond. They can't answer questions. They can't? No, it's part of the bylaws, they can't. We can ask questions and you can follow up in an email after, but they can't respond. It wasn't on the agenda.
He can't answer, I'm not gonna get.
Skip, this isn't a debate back and forth. You gave your public comment, we all appreciate it. I can't, none of us can answer that public comment right now. We could get back to you.
Bunch of hypocrites, a bunch of hypocrites.
Any other public comment? What's the matter?
She lives across the street, her husband fell.
What happened?
Somebody fell.
Okay, we're gonna, public relations, nomination papers, Winthrop, I Love Winthrop Festival, June 21st. Community health needs assessment, Juneteenth flag raising, Thursday. 9 a.m. at the E.B. Newton. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Hell yeah.
Vice President Belcher, second by Councilor DeRosa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.